Stokes coming forward. Lovely bowling from Lyon. Lands that on a roundabout, well, middle stump, but it's turned past the outside edge. It's clipped the top of off. Oh, now there's an appeal for a stumping, and Crawley's walking off. Yeah, his foot's out of his crease and he's gone. They don't need to check this, and Lyon is making things happen in a hurry here.
Well, a very good morning to you all from Adelaide, the fifth and final day of this Test match, the 11th and final day of the Ashes, I suspect, thanks to that clatter of wickets late on the day yesterday that sees England 207 for 6. They've only got 4 wickets left to fall, and they're not even halfway to their target yet. A further 228 runs were they to pull off some sort of miracle, unprecedented miracle, and win this match. So we're expecting the Australians to hoover things up relatively quickly. If they'd taken another wicket last night, we might not be sitting here this morning because they might have taken an extra half hour. But looking at England, well, they're going through that keepy-uppy football game that they've been playing now every morning, trying to keep their spirits up. Brendan McCullum, I see down there, gave a very cheery hello this morning. I think he meant it. You never quite know when you're in the team hotel and things are going badly wrong. It's clearly difficult for the players. It's also quite difficult for us as well. You kind of hide. You take the long route round behind a pillar, rather than say hi Ben, or whatever it may be. Yes,
the lift's always tricky.
The lift's a nightmare. In you go, lift home. Oh, hi everybody. How are you all doing? Bad luck. What do you say?
Next one.
What do you say? So anyway, it's that sort of atmosphere in the team hotel at the moment. Off we go to Melbourne tomorrow. And I guess that's kind of the thrust of where we are for this half hour looking forward, really. I mean, we've said everything, I think. And what I will say, and I've got Stefan Shelwatt beside me. You've heard Glenn and Tuffers as well, sitting to my right. Clearly difficult for the players. It's also quite difficult for us as well. You kind of hide. You take the long route round behind a pillar, rather than say hi Ben, or whatever it may be. Yes,
the lift's always tricky.
The lift's a nightmare. In you go, lift home. Oh, hi everybody. How are you all doing? Bad luck. What do you say?
Next one.
What do you say? So anyway, it's that sort of atmosphere in the team hotel at the moment. Off we go to Melbourne tomorrow. And I guess that's kind of the thrust of where we are for this half hour looking forward, really. I mean, we've said everything, I think. And what I will say, and I've got Stefan Shelwatt beside me. You've heard Glenn and Tuffers as well, sitting to my right. Is it what seems to be going on? If you look at yesterday's play and the day before to an extent, they seem to be kind of proving people right. It's an odd state of affairs, but everyone who said this is too much, you've got to stop this, you've got to try and rein things in. Well, that's what they've been trying to do in this game. I mean, it hasn't worked because I suspect they're a bit confused in trying to do it. But anyway, that's the situation. Stefan, what have you got for us? You've got your laptop up. Have you got some article ready to go off the laptop there?
Very much so.
Excellent. I thought you might.
I mean, sort of thinking about where England. Hindsight makes experts of us all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In all of these things. So, I guess, how far do you want to go back?
Oh, what for what?
Well, to talk about where England might have, I don't know, sown the seeds of disappointment for this tour. Because I've gone back to the summer of 2024.
Right.
And I've got a list of things that have left England with a squad, actually, that's left them pretty threadbare.
Well, go on then, and let's see if we can go any further back than that in my memory bank.
Remember when Jack Crawley got injured and Dan Lawrence was trialled as the reserve opener? That felt like a wasted opportunity
at the Oval.
To have a viable option as an opener on this tour. Jordan Cox's broken thumb in New Zealand last year. How much of a sliding doors moment was that? He could have been the reserve batter and the reserve wicketkeeper.
Not been seen since.
No. What about sending Mark Wood to the Champions Trophy just after he'd had an elbow injury? Picks up a knee problem that needs surgery, and then he's struggling to get fit for this tour. We haven't seen Paul Collingwood since the start of the summer as part of England's backroom staff. There has not been a coach to replace him, and you would say that fielding, one of his specialties.
He was ever present, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. The fielding of England has not been sharp in this tour. That has certainly been a difference.
The defeat in Rawalpindi was a really bad one. The last tour of Pakistan. That was I'm just trying to think in my head of sort of really poor. performances.
And even if you go right up to the last test at the Oval, England's squad that they picked for that game. All right, Chris Wokes was injured in that game, and ultimately the reason that he wasn't going to recover from a dislocated shoulder in time. There's 2 players in that squad who didn't make it to Australia. Jamie Overton, he took a break from red ball cricket soon after. Now, could his place in that team have gone to a Matthew Potts, a Matthew Fisher, or a Sam Cook? Could England have learnt more about one of those bowlers instead of a bowler that made himself unavailable for this tour? Liam Dawson was in the squad for that Test match.
He was.
And there has been no specialist spinner as cover for Shoaib Bashir when you'd say that his form was a bit of an accident waiting to happen. So before we even get on to what has happened in Australia and the preparation, you would say that the seeds of what the situation that England find themselves in, and I would say they've actually got very few options to change things, were sown quite a long time ago. And I'll throw this one out to you as well. When the British and Irish Lions unveiled their squad for the Tour of Australia earlier on this year, they booked out the O2 in London. They announced their squad in front of 2,000 fans. England hustled out their squad 2 hours after the death of Dickie Bird was announced, just with a press release. And it felt like a bit of a foreshadowing of the disappointment.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. What do you make of it, Tuffers? Where do you chart England's demise here from? I mean, it's not easy. I think we all agree. I know we all agree that at the start of all of this, the Stokes and McCullum partnership was seen as being a really good thing, and they've really hauled the trick back up again.
We shouldn't forget that, should we? Because it was great.
That's important.
The first 18 months.
I was there in Grenada, and it was shocking. Frankly, that was a 3-dayer from memory. And it was this fell in a heap, and it was desperate. And Joe Root obviously had to go after that. But what they did to turn it round from that point very quickly was outstanding. Just what they seem not to have done is to have realised that actually they couldn't keep pushing it at that limit, and that you're going to come across teams that weren't surprised by that tactic. You're going to come across teams who could cope with that tactic, and it just became completely one-dimensional. This is the way we're playing. Yep. If you don't like it, we're sticking our fingers in our ears. Because actually, you said hindsight is a wonderful thing. I don't think anything that's happened here, as a result, as far as the media is concerned, is hindsight. Everyone said this is likely to happen. So I don't think, just for once, the media can be accused of saying stuff in hindsight, because we kind of predicted that this is likely to happen before a ball was bowled in Perth.
It's a bit like the way I play poker.
Oh, badly.
If you're playing against
all in,
absolutely. If you bluff against not a very good player, you can run him around a little bit. You know what I mean? But when you come up against the best players, they find out your style of play, and they think about it, and they look to counter-attack it, and that's what Australia have done. I think it took them a little bit by surprise when they played in England. They were a little bit and sort of a little bit sort of shaken by it, but then I think they've just worked out hold on a minute, these guys are pretty easy to play against if you have a style of play. And you don't change against that, because they'll forever keep coming after you, and they won't change.
Just like how everyone felt in Perth the first day.
Well, yes, absolutely.
It was such optimism.
So let's not forget that.
No.
Let's not forget that, and let's not, as you say, throw the baby out with the bathwater, which we do all the time after coming to Australia, and then all start all over again. I mean, we need this hard disciplinarian in charge, and we've all got to net, and we've all got to do this, and we've all got to warm up and play hundreds of games. It's usually, that's what I think we've just got to now be a little bit more caring about.
But that situation, Tuffers, they should have nailed the game down from there. They should have gone to the sort of batting that we saw yesterday, and they'd have won the game. But they didn't. They went absolutely bonkers again. All the Calypso stuff, and as we know, they got rolled over, and that was it. And Australia knocked them off in 2 days. So that was self-inflicted entirely.
Absolutely. But then, how many times have you come down here? Quite a lot of times. Yeah. And were you sitting? Have you ever been sitting on the plane, thinking, "Crikey, O'Reilly, we can do this"? You know what I mean?
Well, this time I was.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, so there was that spark.
I think that sort of exaggerates or enlarges the feel of disappointment on both sides. The Aussies thought they were going to get a contest. Yep. Then Glenn, you thought you were going to get a really good series. You hoped obviously that Australia. You hoped that Australia were going to win, but you really thought actually, and especially I suggest after that first day in Perth, you'd have gone back thinking, "Oh, hang on a minute."
Yeah, my sort of thoughts leading into this with Bazball and the way England played, there was two things in the back of my mind. One was, how are they going to go on these pitches? Quicker, bouncier, hitting through. That's been the undoing of a lot of teams. India, I think occasionally England in the past, other teams had extra bounce and picking the line up. And India do it well, and Pakistan to a degree. In their own country, they pick the line up and they hit through it. As soon as they get to Australia, it's that bounce and a little bit of seam that's their undoing. So that was my first thought. But the other one was, how are they going to go on bigger grounds? They'll play their shots, and I saw in the UK they're just carrying over the rope. I'm thinking, well, in Australia that's not carrying over the rope. That's a catch in the outfield. So that was my two thoughts before England arrived. Lunch on day 2, I thought this matches England. England's right on top here. Australia right behind it, and from that moment, after I don't know what England had for lunch or what the Aussies had for lunch, from that moment on, England haven't competed. No. So that's been the issue.
But there's been too many times, and you talk about accountability quite a lot, Glenn, and a lack of accountability in this England setup. But Perth, how that unravelled on day 2, we've actually seen that quite a lot, where England have thrown away positions going back to winning after enforcing the follow-on in Wellington. First 2 tests of the 2023 Ashes. Ranchi in India 18 months ago. Sri Lanka at the Oval. India at the Oval, 70 to win with 7 wickets in hand. Too many times. Ben Stokes talks about, he doesn't like the word ruthless. If he ever gets asked, can your team be more ruthless, he bats it away quite a lot. He says, I don't like that word. But his team are not it. And that has been a problem that England have had over the past 3 years.
Well, Steve Waugh loved the word ruthless. That was one of his favourite words. He wanted us to be absolutely ruthless. So, you need that.
But also, it's being professional.
Yeah, it is.
You've got a job,
professional.
You've got a game to win. You get out and you win it. It doesn't matter how you win it. You win the game. You scrap.
Yeah.
You win the game. You dig in. If it takes a day and a half to win a game, it takes a day and a half. You haven't got to bang it out in a session.
No. I think it's some of the reaction to some of those defeats as well that has been, I don't know, swept aside quite easily, or that's what the feeling has been from outside looking in of the England camp. And it took until Brisbane for Ben Stokes, for the way that he spoke, my dressing room is no place for weak men. Brendan McCullum to say Australia is no country to have a glass jaw. I wonder if those conversations were happening after some of those previous defeats.
I don't think so. The other thing, even back to the last Ashes in the UK, you're hearing talk coming out of the camp how we're changing the game, we're great, we're this, we're that. And it just, I always think the great teams have a little bit of humility. I don't mind being confident, talking up before the match, what you're going to do, this and that. But after the match, if you lost or what have you, they still say, we're doing this, we're great. I said, no, it's not up to, and I think I've said it before, it's not up for the team to judge their own performances. It's up to, the fans, the media, everyone else to judge how their performances. So, I think it's been a massive awakening, bit of a rude awakening for them here, and they're up against it. But the way they've sort of played this, yesterday, I thought it's been good. We'll see in the next 2 test matches if they can actually
that's the
transfer
thing.
it.
We can push it forward now a bit and have a look. I mean, just looking out, I should have told you actually there's a complete change in the weather. Your toughest millimetre of rain arrived around about 6:30 this morning.
Rain saves England.
It wasn't very much, but it
was Tuffers caught underneath the covers with the watering can or not?
Well, it's nothing's gone on the covers or underneath the covers anyway. But we do have a completely different day today. Low cloud, scudding across the ground. There was a little bit of rain early this morning, and they'll have to have the floodlights on for play to begin on time at the moment, because I'm looking out there at the middle and they've got a very bright television light illuminating Isha at the moment, and Brett Lee by the look of it. But that is shining very brightly in our direction, just demonstrating how bad the light is, how dark it is out there.
And they've got the flags at half-mast again.
Yes, which I didn't think they were yesterday.
Why is that? No, they weren't. The last 2 days they haven't been.
No. Anyway, we'll find out what that's about. But certainly those up on the roof of the Brabham stand are currently fluttering at half-mast. So the little football game continues down there. I'd have been terrible at that, Tuffers.
Would you?
Well, I don't know
Okay.
England aren't great at it though. Considering how often they play it, standard's not high.
Oh, they'd smash Australia in it though.
Can we have a game of football instead?
Yeah, that's the way to do it. I'd have been like, do you remember those, when they did actually play football and Monty would be on the wing and he'd run up and down very fast, but never quite where the ball was. I'd have been like that because I never played soccer. But anyway, they're just, I don't know, what more can you do? They know the writing's on the wall. And in fact, there's only a handful of them with anything left to do in this game. But I do see Jacob Bethel down there, who actually looks quite a good football player to me. But do we just assume, Stefan, that he's going to come in? I mean, what else can they do? Duckett's having a miserable tour, but there's no other opening batsman. Ollie Pope, as we know. But I'm just going to say this about Pope. I said it last night. He's gone in at some shocking times. I mean, if you're a number 3 and you're going in at 0 for 1 all the time, that's not great, is it?
It's part of the job. Not to do it every time.
It is part of the job, but you might want a bit of a break.
Yeah, I do think
because he's not an opening batsman.
No,
and a number 3 batsman does have to basically go out there and face the second ball of the innings sometimes. So you do need to have that opening batsman in you, and I don't think Ollie Pope is that.
I feel like the Ollie Pope, Jacob Bethel saga we've all lived for like the past year. It's like Game of Thrones or something. There's always been a new chapter written over what's going to happen over England's number 3. 12 months ago, when Bethel made his debut in New Zealand in those sort of freak circumstances when Cox got injured and Pope had to shuffle down to take the gloves, I left New Zealand convinced that England were going to pull the trigger on Jacob Bethel as their new number 3. The way they were talking after England lost that 3rd test in Hamilton, Bethel was being talked up. There wasn't necessarily the backing of Pope. Remember when Zach Crawley got undone by Matt Henry in all 6 innings, but still Crawley was the man being backed. And then every time England have had the opportunity to pull the trigger on Bethel at number 3, they've blinked, and that is unusual for this regime. They think that they talk about making the bold decisions, running towards the danger, all those different things, and it's a set of circumstances that sometimes was beyond their control, and some things that were in England's control. We had the IPL, Pope getting runs in the test against Zimbabwe. Pope got runs in the first test against India. And even as Ollie Pope's form tailed off towards the end of the summer, remember we had him stripped to the vice-captaincy. Jacob Bethel had chances to make runs in New Zealand, and he didn't. Somehow, England have managed to set 2 men up to not be in a position to do the job at number 3. Pope's confidence has gradually been chipped away. He's been undermined. And Bethel, well, he's almost been on a gap year, hasn't he?
He has. It's a really odd situation with Jacob Bethel. I mean, as I've said it before, but I just feel he needs to discover his game. He needs to go out and play some cricket, score some runs, score some hundreds, work out what to do in different scenarios, all the things that you learn in county cricket. There's a big gap there in his upbringing, in his background, if you like. He just hasn't had that sort of experience. You said it again there. It does make me laugh about running towards the danger. I think that's one of the most ridiculous cliches and nonsense to come out of this dressing room, and I know they say it all the time. How do you run towards danger? You soak up the pressure sometimes, don't you? You cover up. You don't go running towards the howitzers. You take cover.
Sharks,
and you yes, that's some sharks. So let's swim out towards them. No,
I don't mind some sharks there.
You show some brains and some intelligence, and you work your way actually out of that danger. You don't run at it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Sometimes what's coming out at press conferences may not be what's happening internally. The other thing
the problem is, though, by saying it in press conferences, you give the impression that it is being said internally.
And then the media, and then the fans and everything else. But the other thing we can't miss is how well Australia's played.
Sure.
A big moment for Australia was Usman Khawaja getting injured and not being able to bat in that second innings, and Travis Head coming up. And the way he batted, that's changed the whole attitude of Australia's batting. So that's been a massive moment. You look at Mitchell Starc, the way he's played has been incredible. Alex Carey, behind the stumps, unbelievable. The catching Australia's have taken it. And here in this match, Pat Cummins has come back and bowled beautifully. So to a degree, we can sit here and criticise England. But some of the Australian players know how to play in these conditions, and they've been brilliant.
Well, Absolutely.
This was supposed to be an Australia team, wasn't it, that was ageing, that had questions over its opening partnership, that was ravaged by injuries.
Well, they had a lot of questions got answered because of another injury. He fixed it in that first Test match.
But something that you and I spoke about off-air, Tuffers, whether or not I don't think England did, we as a media and a travelling fans, did we underestimate how good this Australia team are?
I don't think we necessarily underestimated. You never underestimate an Australian team in Australia. I think, though, that we just saw a few cracks, didn't we? We saw a few cracks at that top order, 1, 2 and 3. Oh, that might be a little way in. And, Steve Smith and everything, lovely. Marnus Labuschagne wasn't in great nick. So we just saw little cracks. And then with the injuries on top of that, no Hazelwood, no Cummins for the first 2 Test matches, Lyon not bowling, we just felt, didn't we, that there might be that little chink in the door that we could just rush through and get our noses in front and then sort of hang on, and it just hasn't happened.
Just tuning our way, play gets underway in 10 minutes. And the light is getting a little better, actually. I don't think we're going to get any more rain, and the clouds are lifting slightly, but they're certainly not breaking at the moment. And Australia need 4 more wickets to win the Ashes in 11 days, which isn't quite a record, but it's just 1 day off the record, isn't it? If you'd want to be absolutely pedantic about it, I think isn't 10 days the record?
8 days in 1921. I think. So it's a long time ago since we've been quicker than this. On the subject of Australia, I don't know, as 3 Test match bowlers, when we've spoken so much about the preparation of this England team, how can Pat Cummins come into this Test match and bowl so well after not bowling a ball since July? Well,
that's an interesting one. In a way, you sort of, I end up arguing against myself in a way, but I was in Sydney from the 1st of November onwards, and Pat Cummins was already bowling then. Interestingly, the footage I saw was he was bowling with a pink ball all the time, so it looked as if he was getting himself ready for Brisbane, which people say that he could have played in. So no, he hasn't played a game. So you do rather argue against yourself on that. But he's special. He's a very, very special bowler, and he's bowled beautifully here, hasn't he? I mean, he really has. We wondered about his fitness in the 40 degrees. Didn't seem to worry him particularly. I mean, I think he's just a very special bowler.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at that bowling lineup. You know what I mean? They are. As I said, we've had no Hazelwood here. Lyon, amazing spin bowler, can hold, can take wickets, knows when to attack, knows when to defend. Pat Cummins, it's a bit like I've said it again. It's a bit like McGrath and Warne. It's just like, can you stop bowling at us? You know what I mean? They're just always there. We are talking about some very, very high quality bowlers,
but who came into the series fit and firing and having played Shield cricket. I mean, in that game I went to see, Nathan Lyon was playing in that. Okay, Hazelwood actually got injured in that game. Doggett got selected on the back of 5 for South Australia against Tasmania. That's how he got pulled up into the Perth Test match. They played 3 or 4 rounds of Sheffield Shield cricket. They were all good to go.
But the other thing, talking about Pat Cummins, he's got 300 Test wickets under his belt. Yeah. Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, when they came back after a break, they probably just hit the ground running and back into it because they've got that experience, that self-belief.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the quality of the bowler that needs preparing, and you only need preparing if you're not sort of up there in the top. When you're up there with the top boys, you come in, and it doesn't matter if you've had a couple of weeks off. You just
it's business as usual.
They're clearing the field. I must say hello to Mark, my pilot, colleague on this trip. He's flying the Cessna back from Adelaide to Sydney.
A bit choppy up there.
Through a lot of storms and a lot of really rather nasty weather.
Good tailwind?
He'll be listening. No, 3 knot tailwind and a 25 knot crosswind, and a lot of lightning looking at the thing. So well done, Mike. So he's got as far as Temora. Do you know Temora?
Yeah, just above Wagga Wagga.
Near Wagga.
Do you know where Wagga Wagga is?
Well, I think I did a thing for Radio Wagga the other day. Yeah. So I know it's out there.
It's
but anyway,
southern New South Wales.
He's flogging across. I think he's on about a 4.5 hour journey, I think, bouncing through. Yeah. I'll tell you something. This is typical of Australia. He came out to get his licence sorted out, and so he loves tennis, Mark. Yep. And he found a sort of tennis group just to go and play a bit of knockabout tennis with. So he has a beer with them afterwards. This fella, he tells him what he's doing. This fella says, "Oh, mate, I'd love to do that. Can I fly to Adelaide and then fly back with you?"
Yeah.
And Mark said, "Well, yeah, okay." So this total stranger last night flew from Sydney to Adelaide, got here at 11 o'clock. They're up at 5:30 this morning to go out to Parafield. Off they go. Mark's known him once over a beer, and he's now sitting on this 5-hour flight. He's flying a stranger to Sydney. It's
Well, there
bizarre.
you go. In a light plane through
I know, through
crosswinds,
storm.
lightning, and
I
storms. But
wonder at
apart
which
from
point this bloke thought I might have made a bad decision here. He doesn't even know if Mark can fly. I mean, isn't that Australia? It's so sort of friendly and welcoming. That's
You've got to have a go, don't you?
embracing. Exactly, I know. It says a lot about this country. But anyway, good luck, Mark. Keep going. I think you've got about 2 hours to go, bouncing along. Right, have you got floodlights on? No. Do we need them on? Probably, I think is the answer to that. But there's still this low cloud scudding across, and we'll come see Smith. It feels like, I know it sounds silly in this situation, but God, Jamie Smith could do with some runs.
Yeah, and I would say there's been certain players that we arrived in Australia with concerns about: Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley, Shoaib Bashir, that we weren't sure how they were going to go. There are a few bankers in this England team that we thought could really stand up to take on the Australians. Ben Duckett was one of them, and Jamie Smith was another. And the collapse in form of both of those players has been alarming, and it feels strange that we're talking about, I don't know, their futures. That Jim Maxwell has just rung the bell.
Oh, is it Jim?
Yeah, Jim just rung the bell.
Oh, nice. We heard it, so we still didn't hear Ian Botham's ring, did we? We've heard all the others.
Yep.
No, he didn't give it a big enough wiggle. Oh, well done, Jim. I didn't know Jim was doing that. That's not. Yeah, he just doesn't look confident to me, Smith. You look, already on the telly, but you look in the eyes. He could do to really making. I mean, he's 2 not out, but just something to gain some confidence for the next game.
I think, and again, sort of looking back at some of the changes that England made to their team 18 months ago, and in terms of the skills that were brought in when the likes of Jimmy Anderson, Jack Leach, Ben Folkes, Johnny Bairstow were all moved aside, in came Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, Jamie Smith, and they made a good start to Test cricket. And their temperament, it seemed like they all had a bit of a quiet steel that I thought would be well suited to playing in this country. And actually, at the moment, Atkinson and Bashir are out of the team, and Smith looks like a real concern. And going back to the start of this conversation, while there isn't an alternative at the moment, short of moving Ollie Pope down the order and giving him the gloves, England do not have specialist wicket-keeping cover. And for us to even be talking about the possibility of Jamie Smith maybe not being in the team, no chance I'd have thought of that at the start of the
nor
tour.
would I. And it does feel knee-jerk. However, if that Pope question remains about what is a better low order player than number 3, Jamie Smith can't score a run at the moment, doesn't look very confident. I mean, I don't think they're going to do it, but that's the only possibility they could have, isn't it? They could put Pope down to 6, keep wicket, but in Melbourne and see if he flourishes there. But anyway, that's all the sort of conjecture and so on that you'll be hearing over the next few days as we lead up to Christmas. I just watched on the big screen there a nice little some highlights there, weren't there, Tuffers? About 2 minutes of Australians knocking stumps out the ground and smashing sixes against all comers. You do like a bit of jingoes in this part of the world, Glenn.
Well, we are in Australia. When we go to England, I don't see many Australians
that's true.
knocking.
And you get Jerusalem as well. Fair play. Right, the umpires are on their way. Thanks all of you. And are you staying with me, Tuffers?
Yes, I think
the first 20 minutes. Let's hope it's not all done and dusted by then. The groundsman just finishing his rolling. I think he was delayed by Isha's television crew out there. So he's done his 7 minutes. And he does enjoy an elaborate departure from the ground, this fellow on his heavy roll. He tends not to go just for the straight line. He likes to weave around a bit. So we'll see what route he takes today down to the groundsman's shed, which is down to our right hand side. He's chugging off at full speed, but the players meanwhile coming out, and I mean, fancy being in the Australian dressing room. Come on, lads, let's get out there and win the Ashes. It's lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is when you're sitting there and everyone's patting each other on the back and laughing and joking and taking the mickey, and it's the most wonderful place to be, you know.
What we need one of the best stand-up comedians in the business. To come on air now and tell a cracking good joke that's going to put everybody in a really bouncy, happy mood for the last day of the Ashes. I know just the man, don't you? But he's not here, so we've got Andy Saltzman instead.
Boom.
Will that do, the starters?
Yeah, that'll do, Haggers. Yeah.
Good morning to you.
Morning.
Yeah, we're looking for cheerful stats. We're looking for cheerfulness all round.
I've been looking for a cheerful stat since close of play yesterday. I've come up snake eyes, I'm afraid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, must be something. Well, the Lions going to bowl the first over from this end. And what's our overs situation? 63, so... Okay, so there's sort of way to go until the new ball, 17 overs. So Australia will fancy, I think, having done the job by then, but they've still got Cass Archer in form, Jofra Archer, and Tongue to come. So that's how it looks at the moment, and we're ready for the first ball. Lions about to deliver it to Smith, and there's a slip, backward short leg, forward short leg, and is he a reverse sweeper? I'm not sure. There's a lot of debate about Harry Brooks' shot. I saw it inevitably.
Yes.
But see, if he had prodded forward, like people were saying, he'd just given a catch out there to one of those. The odds were.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you reverse sweep every ball. No. Absolutely not. But you just they were playing it well and often enough just to get in Lyon's mind. In fact, here's a cheerful stat. He actually didn't take a wicket for quite some time.
Yeah.
This could be cheerful stat number one.
It was 37 overs.
There we are.
27 in the first innings after striking twice in his first over in the first 10.
You could see the method. You could see the method that that he was trying to do. He was trying to put Lyon off lines and lengths and get him.
Here's Lyon then, the first ball of the day. And Smith just leads forward. There's lots of chatter out there for just an opening delivery on a length that's pushed into the offside.
And that's the trouble, you see, because you're not going to get any short ones. You're not going to get any half volleys off Nathan Lyon. So you do actually have to try and put him off his line of length. I could understand that shot in a way.
Now here's Lyon, bowls, and there's the first run of the morning, driven with a slightly closed face, past mid-off and a long chase, sort of a loosening sort of a stretch there for Stark. They might do a bit of good, that actually. Let's loosen those long legs up, running from long on round to mid-off. And they take 3 runs there.
Yeah, perhaps it was the wrong ball to do it on or something, but they were going along nicely there.
The problem with the reverse sweep, it is premeditated, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you do choose the wrong ball, you get yourself in a mess.
I think he got his legs in a bit of a mess as well, didn't he?
I think he did.
He looked a bit edgy though, didn't he? Just looked a bit edgy. He needs to just relax a bit at the crease and play, and the natural flair comes out.
Lyon bowls, and that's defended into the leg side. Jacks is on 11.
The thing that made me laugh actually with Harry Brook was very early on in his career. He's sort of gone back to a Boland shot and just defended it, and then practiced the slog over mid-wicket.
All right. Lyon bowls and played away out towards the onside. Lyon glares at him as he picks the ball up.
But that just shows a bit of mindset, doesn't it? Instead of sort of going, oh yeah, nice, just got nicely behind that one. He was then sort of like chastising himself, should have slogged it over mid-wicket.
Yeah. Lyon tossing it up, and thick inside edge there, finds head at short leg. Marnus Labuschagne's got his sleeveless sweater on, and he's shouting there for all he's worth, clapping his hands. He's got a floppy hat on. It's a brilliant catch yesterday, mind.
Oh. Right up there, that was.
Yeah. Lyon again, bowls, and once more, Jacks covers up, pushes the ball into the offside. It ends the first over of the day. Nothing there for Australia necessarily to celebrate, which at least keeps the game going a little longer. The floodlights are not on, actually. But the light it's borderline. I wouldn't want to be facing anyone terribly fast in this. But then I wouldn't really want to be facing anybody terribly fast in anything, if I'm honest. But anyway, well, I tell you what, look at the sun lighting up that aeroplane coming in top. The sun has somehow illuminating that very low aeroplane that appears to come from Hong Kong. It descends down there, and it's just starting to break out onto the ground now as well. But it caught the aeroplane first. Right, man dispatched to the deep, and they're going to bounce Jamie Smith here. He's fallen that so often, somewhat debatable one in the first innings. It was one of those Snicko moments, wasn't it?
He hasn't had a lot of luck when he's gone for that shot.
But let's see if he takes this on. There are 3 men in the deep there on the leg side boundary. And he's going to face Cameron Green. That's an interesting choice. Up from that far end he comes. And he bowls to Smith, who gets on the front foot. Pushes that out towards cover.
What we do want to see here, though, is some application still, isn't it? I mean, we're all sitting there and we kind of know how it's going to go. You know, you're going to get a good one and what have you. But, you know, when you're 3-0 down, having been in these positions a few times, you know, you start thinking about playing for places, personal pride. You start playing for the people who are coming over on the planes, who have paid lots of money to go to Melbourne and Sydney and, you know, bucket list trips. You know, you've got to get stuck in.
Here's Green, moves in, bowls. Oh, he's almost caught and bowled. Very close. Green couldn't quite get down in time. And he'll come back for 3. That was, I think, Smith rather hanging back there, waiting for the short ball. Green actually pitched it up, and so Smith's weight was back, but that wasn't far away from punching back a return catch.
That's one of the disadvantages of being so tall, actually, because you couldn't quite get down in time. It was a good, hard, firm push. Did it carry? No,
not quite carry. Not far away, though.
It'll do him at power good. It gets 70 or 80.
Well, it will. But going back to one of our many grooves on our well-worn record, had there been competition for places, then people like Smith would be thinking, I've got to get some runs here because I might not play in Melbourne.
No.
Here's Green, bowls. It's pushed away out to cover. And, you know, it just makes you think, hang on a minute. You know, so-and-so behind me, I'm not going to let him take my place.
Yeah. Well, we always, when I toured, we always had a reserve stumper. We always had a reverse keeper. We always had a reserve opening batter, just in case one gets knocked on the hand or something.
Someone gets out of form.
Absolutely. Who could then sort of play a 3 job as well. So that's how you cover it, you know, and a couple of bowlers just in case you go crook.
Yep.
Doesn't seem...
No, there isn't that.
No. Where are they all?
Yeah. Now, Jacks is on strike. There's 2 out in the leg side for him. As Green moves in and bowls on the off stump, Jacks plays a nice looking stroke there, straight drive. And Green picks up there. This light is very borderline, you know. It wouldn't surprise me if they put these floodlights on.
Well, I thought that was old Mark coming in on the old Wawa there.
That's a bit big for him.
Is it?
Drone of propellers. He's made Tamora anyway.
Oh, good.
Yeah. A cup of coffee. And a couple of hours through the storms.
Little sharp enough.
Yeah. Well, he can get to know his passenger a bit better.
Wow, yeah. How funny.
In comes Green, bowls. Oh, that's a poor shot. Dear me. No foot movement at all. Just a waft of the bat there from Jackson. Very lucky not to edge that.
Saw something as well on social media about Justin Langer, mate of mine, played for Middlesex, excellent opening batsman.
Yeah.
He was amazed at the lack of footwork from England batsmen. He said you've got to get your feet going in Australia to cover that bounce and to do this and to do that. And he said, I've seen none of it. So I've seen no footwork.
Well, he wouldn't have liked that shot.
No, well, there you go. That was a prime example.
Yeah. Green again moves in, bowls, and this time he gets on the front foot, plays that better. Out to cover. It ends a tidy over from Green. He didn't bowl a single bouncer, and that is and this again is a good tactic because they're keeping it as a surprise weapon. You can still have 3 out in the deep.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean to say you run up and bowl every ball halfway down. He's bowled there, almost got a caught and bowled from Smith as a result. Now the flags aren't half-mast here. We're wondering why, rather dreading it. And of course it's an awful thing. It's to mark a week since the attack in Bondi. So that's the same with all the government buildings across Australia today, to mark a week since that appalling event. And now the floodlights are coming on. I thought we weren't too far away from that. Rather good here. There's like instant. It's like switching on your lights at home. Suddenly, bang, on they come. All the roof is lit up. Makes a difference, doesn't it? Look at that.
I know. It's a bit better, isn't it?
Here's Lyon bowling. That's played by Smith back to the bowler. I mean, remember the old ones? Someone used to sort of wind them up. They were slow. One bulb at a time would come on, and he'd be counting them as they came on. A gentle glow.
Yeah, they're pretty interesting.
These come straight on.
Yeah.
It's like flicking a switch. Lyon bowls. And he's on the back foot there. Having to jab his bat down. A little bit of urgency. Smith on 8. He's very mindful of those 2 catchers in the leg side.
Don't miss that, otherwise you're palm in front.
Yeah. All that noise out there, I mean, you can hear it from here. Goodness knows what it's like when you're actually batting. Lyon bowls, pushed away into the offside, and Lyon himself has to go and fetch it.
See, that's better. Good stride to the ball, right back, right forward that time. Just had a little skip down, not quite there, just defend.
Yep.
Better footwork. England batters have looked a little bit leaden-footed.
Carey right up to the stumps. He's had a brilliant game.
Brilliant.
Yeah. There goes Lyon again, bowls, and that's short this time. No well bowled Garys on that occasion. It was a short ball pushed wide of Cummins at extra cover for a run. So it can become a bit monotonous at times, can't it?
Well, it's a sign that you're bowling well. We didn't have too many well-done England bowlers, did we, when we had a go, and they got all those runs against Travis Head. Just didn't apply any pressure. Difficult as you keep getting flogged through cover point.
There's Lyon bowls inside the off stump. Sometimes when you're away here, it's difficult to remind yourself that it's Christmas, isn't it?
I know. I haven't really felt.
No, there's that very large inflatable snowman that's sort of tethered to the ground outside a hotel on the bank of the river. Goes Lyon, it's tossed up, and Lyon will pick that up. He's looking increasingly flaccid, I thought. I mean, he's looking a bit limp this morning when I went past him. But however, the Melton Band has been playing in our church today. And I hope it went well.
Who's replaced you?
Well, someone better.
Yeah,
How do you replace the irreplaceable?
Well, no. Is there competition for places?
Well, actually, this is what you need. Steve, I think you got it for long. Kerry, I'll be back. I haven't had much practice. I think my embouchure has gone. But anyway, I hope you had a lovely time. It's things like that kind of remind you of Christmas, that it doesn't quite work here. So he's more like Mr. Blobby than the snowman outside, isn't he?
He's lolloping about a bit, isn't he?
He's a big one. In comes Green. Oh, it's a swish and a miss there from Smith. Trying to drive him through the offside. Green looks at him with a certain amount of disdain. Turns and walks back again. I mean, the Christmas lights are up. You go into the mall, as they call it, and you know there's and I think the Aussies all feel it's Christmas, don't they? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. It doesn't quite have it, does it?
No. Airports have got a little tree and
a few reindeers knocking around.
It's funny how it's associated with snow. Even here.
Yes. Did you get the antlers to put on Darren Lehmann's statue?
No, I've got to organise that. Here comes Green and bowls, scythes the way out to point, and there's no run. I think one of those there's some sort of silly Santa hats around, aren't there? Stick that on Buff's statue. That'll sort him out.
Yeah.
It's been good fun in there. He's quite combative, isn't he? He's one of those more combative summarisers that you have on the air.
Yeah.
Good man. Green wanders back.
Well, we might be having a little drinks party.
When?
Christmas Eve, if you fancy coming along. Yes. Mulled wine and a few satsumas.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
In our what's it called, the apartment thing.
Right, okay. In comes Green and bowls, and that's defended by Jacks.
Just a pop in, just pop in.
Wasn't that on Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Oh, will you have carols playing?
Well, absolutely, and a few little things on the playlist, you know.
Yeah. Secret Santa.
Well, okay. Not sure.
No.
I'll be a little bit worried about the Secret Santa. But don't pop along.
That'll be very nice indeed. Good.
Yeah.
And you're welcome to come to my friends on Christmas Day.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much for the invite. Yeah,
okay.
So I'm looking forward
to
that.
We'll mind you,
we'll muddle through.
The last one I took there was boycott. Here comes Green again, bowls and stands up on the back. Oh, he's fallen over.
What's up? Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's snapped an Achilles.
He's done something there. There's Jacks, who has injured himself there, up on his toes, looking to force the ball through the offside, and he's done something bad to a leg. I know that sounds vague, but it's hard to tell. It looks like the right leg. Achilles, is it?
Yeah, it might be your calf.
I see it on the telly there. That's not nice.
I think it might have just been a little twist.
You can't have a runner these days.
Well, it's just a twist.
Think twisted ankle?
Yeah, I saw. Do you remember Nigel Bryars, your Leicestershire chap? He snapped his Achilles at Lord's playing against us. Oh, it was horrific.
Right, Smith. Oh, he's gone for it. I don't believe this. Well, it's just dropped short of the man out there in the deep. It's an awful shot. I mean, that's the first bouncer he's had. He's taken it on, totally mistimed it, and was very lucky. I mean, if he'd hit that properly, he'd have been caught.
Just to say, I think Jax is all right. I think it was just a sort of a wobble as he set off, and he just sort of like turned an ankle. But I've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah,
calm down.
Well, let's hope he's okay. Well, the way he went up to the far end wasn't good at all.
No.
See Smith there looking at the replay. He's actually crouching as he plays that hook
not
shot.
in control.
He's got a bent knee. He's not looking at the ball.
No, it's just a waft.
Why did he take that on?
Don't know.
Green again moves in, bowls short, and it's pulled into the leg side. Let's watch him. Yeah, yep. He's sort of kicking up his heels.
Yeah.
He was trying really to loosen that up. But I think you're right. It was. He conned us all a little bit there with that one. Well, thankfully.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's probably going to be all right.
Yeah.
And his ultimate, got a page of figures there.
I found a positive stat.
Oh, I knew you would. I knew you would. Never let me down.
At this stage of the series, this is England's best Ashes tour. Out of the last 4, they're being thrashed less heavily so far in terms of
excellent.
The difference between runs per wicket batting and runs per wicket bowling. Just a mere 12 runs after 3 tests 4 years ago. England was 17 runs per wicket down, 18.7 with the bat, 36.2 with the ball. 8 years ago they were almost 21 runs down, 26 to 47, and in the 2013-14 series it was 23 to 47, so a 24-run gap.
Here's Lyon starting a new over. It's tucked away out to mid-wicket. So it's the first. So we've been thrashed less heavily this time for the first time in how many years?
Well, let's say 15 years.
15 years. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you, Andy. Happy Christmas.
25.2 runs per wicket England, 37.2 Australia.
Well,
it's coming down with each tour, Angus.
That's all we asked for. Here's Lyon bowling a reverse sweep, and a groan there as that flies past slip. And Green gets hold of that. Let's look at the umpire. Did he get anything on that? Oh, I think he has. He's got a little bit of bat on that. But it wasn't very well controlled from Jax there. He picks up a single. What did that come off?
I don't know, a bit of a glove up to her chest or something. No, always changes his mind, give him leg by.
Yeah, it came off his arm.
Yeah, he's seen the replay. Got that one wrong.
He must have seen the replay on the screen. Lyon bowls. Oh dear me, he was almost chopped into his stumps now. Smith stepping away, trying to open up the offside, as they say these days. And, oh dear.
Never cut the offie. Never cut an offie out of footholes on the 5th day. I mean, I think...
They've got a lovely gap there for him, haven't they?
Well, absolutely. How many times have you been told that in coaching things?
Floated up, he's gone for a big hit into the leg side, and he's got that away. It might have gone for 6, that actually. Over deep mid-wicket, it has. A good slog sweep from Smith. Obviously trying to take some sort of attack on here.
Well, I prefer him to do that than trying to sort of give himself room to a decent-ish length ball and try and cut him. He's fraught with danger. At least if you're giving it a whack over the leg side, you're playing with the spin.
Goes Lyon once more, bowls, and Smith tucks up just past Travis Head there, fielding closer in the on the leg side, not far away. There's a sad photograph from Alex. Unfortunately, the snowman is now down. He's fully limp.
He's run out of puff.
Just a bundle of plastic. That's a shame. Didn't even see the match out, did he? Lyon, and that's forced off the back foot out to mid-off, and there's no run. Still, he did well. He stood his own for 4 days.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, perhaps he was only expected to last 3 days. Yeah. Perhaps we've done it by 2 days.
Right, time for me to go.
Yeah.
And Tuffer, some thoughts from you, and then for the first time today, it's going to be Simon Mann, I think. Where is he? He's sitting chatting at the back.
Yeah, well, England trying to make a bit of a fight of it. I think it's crucial when you're in these sort of positions as well. You know, you can't just go limply. You know, get stuck in. You know, there's another 2 test matches to go. Get yourself some form. Get yourself some runs. There's a bit of personal pride, and as we were talking about, you know, you're playing for your place and playing for the summer in England as well. Simon.
Good morning. Here's Green bowling, and forward goes Jacks. Plays that slicing drive towards deep backward point and come back for 2 runs. The lights are on, and England still just flickering. No more than that.
Oh, okay. You said, okay, nice. We think there's a flicker still, Simon.
Always a flicker, isn't there?
It's always a flicker.
Until you're bowled out. I mean, Glenn at the back of the box there about Edgbaston 2005.
Yes.
I said, did you really believe going into that Sunday you could win? And he said, well, you know it's really difficult. 100 to win with 2 wickets left. But just go out, let's see what happens. And then the belief grows. Green moves in and bowls. He drives and misses. Well, that looked like it was going to be the wicket that Australia were looking for, but Jacks played and missed. I think they've done that a little bit this morning. 227 for 6.
You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. I'm going to pat myself on the back here a little bit as we walked out at tea in Christchurch. I never thought we were going to do that, and then all of a sudden we did. So you're right. I take that back, Simon. Thank you.
Look, everyone knows the score here in terms of the actual score and the pushing forward to the end of the game. As Green bowls, it's driven by Jacks towards cover and there's no run, but you just bat and see where it takes you, don't you? Simple as that.
Yeah.
Or as difficult as that.
Yeah.
If you look at it.
I did have a funny feeling though that Brian Lara was going to break the world record when he was on about 60.
Well, not just the first time covers, but the second time as well. I remember I thought it when he was on 70. I thought, hold on a second. Hold on.
This is odd.
Yeah. That's 227 for 6. The new ball is lurking 11 overs away, and that's why Australia have gone presumably with Green and Lyon. Well, Lyon's an obvious one, but here's Green bowling. It's very full. It's driven by Jacks. Nice looking shot out towards deep cover. Lyon runs round to his right to pick up. They come back for 2. 229 for 6. And Jacks goes to 17. He joins Smith on 17.
I was just mentioning to Aggers there about Justin Langer saying that the lack of English batsmen foot movement, he's been astounded by it. Jacks, if anything, has got a good stride to the ball. He pressed in Brisbane as well, didn't he? At least he's getting out to that ball. A lot of the guys, the old foot in the, they've got their sort of feet, shoelaces tied together.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a ball outside the off stump. Is that an outside edge or was it off the pad? It must have come off the outside edge. The ball's rolled away quite firmly down towards deep backward point. There was a ball outside the off stump, just in the channel, kept a bit low. Anyway, we've come back for 2 more runs. 231 for 6. What's his partnership worth now? It's 189 they came together.
It's now 37 in 15 overs and 2 balls, 92 balls.
Yeah, sorry, 189 for 5, 194 for 6. Yeah, 6 down. Green spins round, the lights beaming down on this grey morning. Green ball short, pulled away, not particularly convincingly. It went in the air, looping away. Australia have lots of fielders ready to snaffle it, but it dropped into no man's land.
Tried to sort of just
help pull.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, didn't give it a real good whack. Perhaps he was just sort of trying to pull out a bit there, like, oh no, yeah, there's that leg trap again. Trying to just let the ball hit the bat and not whack it.
Well, there's a clear tactic. They've got the 2 men back. They've also got a man lurking around about square leg for that mistimed pull shot.
Yeah, but then occasionally bowl it.
Yeah.
Instead of just every time. The element of surprise is a good thing.
232 for 6, 203 runs to win. This is where you look at the ifs of history.
Oh, no.
You shouldn't look at the ifs of history.
No. I used to churn him in bed. Why did he catch that Khawaja on 4?
Lyon bowls. That's played away uppishly off the back foot. Lyon dives away to his right, can't get there. Would have gone on the bounce in any case. Well, Khawaja on 5.
Oh, was it 5?
Yeah, just give him 1 more run.
Yeah, okay.
Dropped it slip by Brooke, and then Travis Head on
99
made 170. So what's 71 plus 78? That's one for Zoltz.
Well, it's
not one for me.
Let's call it 150.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Lyon bowls, tosses that one up, and it's just blocked there. Blocked by Jacks rather than attempting the drive. It was a nice tempter from Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
Got 3 men around the bat, slip, back is short leg, forward short leg. The ball is spinning a bit.
So we'd only need another 50 odd.
Exactly.
Oh.
And then there's a Carey Snicko as well.
Oh.
Lion Bowls. It's played on the bounce towards short leg.
We'd have been celebrating by now.
It's turning into another moral victory.
Yes, absolutely. Except they were mistakes, weren't they?
Why does it always happen here? It always seems to happen here. I can remember thinking this so many times.
Here's Lion bowling. It's turned away. Flick defensive shot on the back foot there by Jacks towards short leg. It's picked up by Weatherall.
Did we have any... Can they turn that round on us and sort of say, oh, but what about... Not really.
No, they caught everything, didn't they? They caught it brilliantly. There was no Snickos in their favour. No, absolutely. I think we can say the game's over now. Here's a Lion bowling and Jacks defends into the onside towards mid-wicket. With the ifs, the ifs of history behind England, they've won already.
Yeah, but it just seems to keep repeating itself.
Yeah.
Don't know whether it's the crowds or the, I don't know. It's just playing away from home, perhaps, isn't it?
Lion bowls, played away by Jacks off the back foot towards short leg again on the bounce. Stopped by Weatherall. It's the end of Lions over. It's 232 for 6. Jacks 20, Smith 17. There are 10 overs to go until the new ball. Adam in Devon has messaged us looking for signs of optimism. West Indies nearly pulled off a miracle in New Zealand recently. Almost chased a record score. Here's hoping, they wanted over 500 to win, and they were about 430 for 6 or something like that.
And it was a big seventh or eighth wicket stand there. I'll dig up the scorecard. The third test is going on currently. New Zealand won the second test after that drawn first test. New Zealand 575 for 8 declared with a double 100 for Devon Conway. West Indies 420 all out. The century for Cavem Hodge, who got 100 against England at Trent Bridge a couple of summers ago. But New Zealand 30 for 0 in their second innings, high scoring game now in day 4.
That's at Mount Maunganui, isn't it? They made a flat one there by the sounds of it. Was that big opening stand between...
It was 323 between Latham, who
Conway.
made 137, Conway 227.
Well, it's 232 for 6. But that new ball is 10 overs away. So no, they've got that as a safety valve, haven't they?
Yeah.
But if you've got two batters who are in against it, then that can take you a little bit further potentially. And Jack's got 20, Smith's got 17. They've been out there for a while now. So Smith's faced 45 balls, Jack's has faced, is it 58?
Getting themselves in. They're in now on still a good pitch.
We're into real short ball territory now, because we've got 3 men back on the leg side boundary. We've got a deep third, it's quite fine. We've got a deep backward point. So 5 on the boundary, 2 catching on the leg side, no slips. And here's Green bowling a short ball, which is swatted away for 6. He's hit that a long way, Jamie Smith. Over deep backward square leg, into the second tier of the Chapel stand. There are 3 back. Well, we saw this at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we need an Edgbaston
against India, where he just went 6, 6, 6, 6 out in the second innings. Well, in the first innings, he just kept hitting them for 6.
It's his shot. That sort of pull, waist high pull, chest high pull. That is his game.
If I were a fielder at deep backward square leg or deep square leg or fine leg, I'd be really concentrating here, because one's coming your way. Green round the wicket, bowls, and Smith goes after it and tries to pull it, taps it down towards Carey. I'll tell you what, I'll describe it first.
That's an extraordinary shot.
You can analyse it. He went to pull it, and then I just got too big on him, really, and he managed to pat it down into the onside, and Carey picked it up. I mean, there was an indication there of him kind of pulling out of the pull shot, or the hook shot. I mean, if you make contact on these short boundaries, you probably will hit it for 6. But of course, if you get one slightly wrong...
as Travis Head did on 160.
238 for 6 is the score. Green bowls, another short ball, guided pull from Jamie Smith along the ground towards deep backward square leg. And Labuschagne is there, he's waiting. He's such a brilliant fielder. I think he must be the best fielder in the world at the moment, Labuschagne.
Oh, I know, big shout.
Well, he's brilliant in the outfield, he's a great catcher.
Yeah. Live wire.
He's got to be up there, hasn't he? Just trying to think of others, really.
Green?
I prefer Labuschagne because he's
more nimble.
Yeah, he's a bit more nimble. Green's a good catcher, but Labuschagne is good in the outfield as well. As Green's a bit of a lumberer. He rather lumbers in, doesn't he? What ambles in. He doesn't sprint in. A lot of bowlers sprint in. He doesn't. Bowls outside the off stump. to Jacks, who guides it away. Different tactic for Jacks. The field's come up. It's played away towards Stark at deep backward point. And there's another single. 230. No, 240 for 6. The ball's just ticked over. And it's under 200 to win now.
Yeah, Glenn was mentioning about the size of the grounds. A lot of the England players, when they do play that pull and hook shot, they look to hit it for 6. You know, Jamie Smith is one of them. Perhaps Joe Root sometimes knocks it down and looks to sort of play over it. But their first instinct is to go, right, this is going.
Right, here we go again. Green round the wicket, short, he goes for it, and there's an appeal from Carey. Green looks at the umpire. No great conviction there, but he's gone for it. And has he missed it? Let's see. Cummins is stepping forward to have a chat with his keeper and bowler. How many reviews they've got left? Is it 2? They do not go for it by the looks of it. No, the time has gone. And it's signalled as another one for the over. How many have we had for the over now? We've had 2. So this will be a no ball if it's above shoulder height now.
Yep.
So he's got to get this right. If he does bowl it short.
Do you think it's 2? Or the previous one, he might have just been signalling to the other umpire there were 2 balls left. It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, it is actually quite difficult, isn't it, to know what they've signalled. Yeah, it should actually be officially up on the board, shouldn't it, really?
Oh, yeah, not a bad shot.
To say that is the 2 short balls from the over, so the crowd knows that if he does bowl another one above shoulder height and he does hook it and it's caught, then it should be a no ball.
Same with warnings for running on the pitch. Stark had a couple yesterday, but there's no way if you're in the crowd that you'd know that.
No.
Right, here's Green now over the wicket. Bowls to Smith and it's full, and Smith comes forward and drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think they probably realised there they couldn't bowl another short ball because they just changed the field, didn't they? They brought another man over towards extra cover. So that's the end of the over. 71 overs. It's worth just keeping an eye on that because of the new ball. And just bat and see where you are. Get to the new ball, reassess. But Jack's 21 and Smith 24 have seen off the first half an hour of this 5th day. Some drinks are coming onto the field. It's quite a cool day in Adelaide. It's a very English type day today, actually, around about 20 degrees, overcast, bit of a breeze. Stark contrast to the weather we had at the beginning of this test match when it was 35 and then, as you know, 41 degrees on that second day, which I think was probably enervating for everybody, even for Australians who are used to it. 240 for 6. It's going to be Nathan Lyon to continue. Smith 24, Jacks 21. Jacks is on strike. He's a bit brighter now. The lights are still on. Just hanging around with the lights in case it does cloud over again. In sunshine at the moment, Lyon bowls. Forward goes Jacks. Turns it with the spin into the hands on the bounce of the short leg fielder, Weatherald. Australia still persisting with the slip, backward short leg and the forward short leg. And then there are 3 men on the boundary, 2 on the leg side. Lyon goes in and bowls to Jacks. He sweeps. He struck outside the line of off stump. Hits him on the pad. Goes away square. Picked up by Carey. Going from behind the stumps. And there is no run. So they've got a short fine, deep square, long on. Mid-wicket. Those are the fielders on the leg side. And Lyon now is going to come round the wicket to bowl to Will Jacks. He's on 21. Jacks gives himself a moment to compose himself. And here goes Lyon into bowl to Jacks, and Jacks flicks it away towards that short fine leg fielder. You can hear it in our effects microphone. No run. It was one of those in the last over a one-day game. They would have gone, but not worth the risk there. Been far too tight. 195 to win. 4 wickets for Australia to win the Ashes. Here's Lyon bowling. Jacks is back in defence, playing back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. Tuffers has gone. Glenn McGrath is here. Good day.
Yeah. G'day, Simon. G'day, everyone. It's a bit of sun coming out, getting through those clouds, but a good positive start here by England. What did they put 33 on for the morning?
Yeah, 207. Now it's 240. Here's Lyon bowling, and forward goes Jacks. Lays it up the onside of the pitch, and it's picked up by Lyon. Despite the overcast conditions, Lyon still bowling in his sunglasses. Sometimes they have those sort of light enhancers, don't they? But they don't look as if they are, not from this distance. Mind you, we're a long way away. Now he's going over the wicket again, just varying his angles. Into bowl to Jacks. Jacks is back, playing very carefully, right in front of his stumps, drops it onto the pitch, picked up by Weatherall. It's the end of the over. So 72 overs have been bowled, 240 for 6. England need 195, Australia need 4.
Yeah, we were wondering what was going to happen this morning. But yeah, this pitch, they've had the big roller on it. We haven't seen much movement, not a lot of spin at the moment. It's still some good spin there for Nathan Lyon when he gets it right. But
did you see what roller they used this morning?
I thought it was the big one.
The big one, right.
Yeah.
Yesterday they used a light roller, didn't they?
Yeah, before the innings.
Yeah. So Green is going to bowl again. This contest with Jamie Smith is going to resume, and of course he's got his allocation of short balls back as we welcome listeners to 5 Live. Good to have you with us. It's 240 for 6. England haven't lost a wicket today. Here's Green bowling to Smith. Short. Smith pulls it. Guided pull. Down towards fine leg along the ground. Didn't go after that. Turned his wrists on it and played it down towards Nathan Lyon on the fine leg boundary. 241 for 6. It's clear Australia tactic here of banging it in short for Jamie Smith. They've got some runs to play with, and they feel that eventually Smith will miscue one, hit one up in the air, or indeed glove it through to the keeper as he nearly did in the previous over. And it is a good tactic, I think, against Jamie Smith, and it is selective. It's not against both players, because it's a different sort of tactic now for Will Jacks, I think, just looking at the field, although there's a...
Yeah, they might give him some short ones.
They might give him one or two short ones. Jacks less inclined to really take it on in the Smith fashion, but we'll see. Here's Green bowling, and it's a full ball which he turns into the onside. That was the bluff, was it? From, I don't know, from Green it was on-off stump, straight, and Jacks played across that pad and turned it towards Inglis at mid-wicket. But you've got a fielder lurking there, Labuschagne, what is that position? It's neither backwards square leg nor short fine. It's kind of lurking between the two of them.
Yeah, I think there was one a few overs ago from Cameron Green to Jacks where he sort of half hit one, and that's exactly where it landed. Whether you'll take him on or not.
Yeah, Jacks just had a quick look over his left shoulder. Green bowls, and he does try to swing it away, but it wasn't a full short ball, just short of a length. It struck him on the thigh pad and dropped it into the onside, and Inglis came from behind the stumps to pick up.
Not quite the thigh pad.
Was it in the midriff, was it?
Middle of the stomach.
It was, yeah. Yeah. I always wonder when you see players hit like that, you think, how can you just shrug it off? It must hurt.
You can't show pain out there. Yeah, just might just win a little bit higher would wind you, and you can't shake that one off. But
no, Labuschaigne's gone back now onto the boundary. 241 for 6. They've got the 3 men on the boundary, on the leg side, 1 on the off, deep backward point. Only 1 gully, in an overtly attacking position. Here's Green bowling a short ball there. Jacks ignores it, bends at the knee and allows it to go by, and that was good shot selection or non-shot selection, because that was one that was outside the off stump. So if you're tugging that into the leg side, it's harder to control.
I wonder if he just had a little glance down a third, just saying, I could just run that over the top. And as we speak, Usman Khawaja running back to going back from sort of a floater slip back sort of 3/4 away or 2/3 away to the boundary.
How many balls left in this over? 2 left in the over. Here's Green runs in, and he has to go all the way back to his mark again because Jack's pulled away. 241 for 6. There's some rain falling. I think there might be some rain falling out there, you know. Some very light drizzle.
Yeah, no, there is.
Yeah.
Bit of a... He's just...
You can get in touch with us, 0330 123 1826 on WhatsApp, or tms@bbc.co.uk on email. Here's Green, some drizzle in the air, bowls to Jacks, who stands up and punches this away into the offside towards Travis Head, who's fielding the covers, and there is no run. Andrew in Lichfield hearing a lot of pessimism still. Has everyone forgotten that Bazball has England's best batter coming in at number 10?
Ooh. Who's that? Jofra Archer.
Jofra, I presume.
Come out and play a few shots, Jofra. The new ball is seven overs away.
Yeah,
that's going to be a key.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moment.
These two simply have to be batting when the new ball arrives. Green bowls, short ball, and Jacks lifts the gloves high and allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Alex Carey. It's 2:41 for 6. There's still some drizzle in the air. The forecast later is for it to all clear up and it to be a dry day, but just suggesting of a bit of rain around this morning, and we've still got some.
Yeah, there's a little bit of light rain falling out there, Simon. There's a bit of a dark cloud. There's lighter ones behind it, but it's not very heavy and just seems to be nearly easing off a bit.
Right, 2:41 for 6, Glenn, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yep, but Nathan Lyon continuing, just passing his hat and glasses to the umpire. He's decided to take his glasses off. Might get a few little spots of very light spots of rain on it.
Simon Mann.
England need 194?
Yes, they need 194. Simon Mann has just done the most Simon Mann thing ever there. Is in, defended from the crease by Smith at the offside, no run. At the first sight of rain,
yep,
he gets up off his chair and he beckons over the next commentator. Even though according to etiquette, he still had this over.
Yep.
He's fleeing the rain. I know what he's up to.
He doesn't like the rain, or he wants the teams to go off.
Lyon in, driving is Smith along the ground, back to the bowler. There's no run. We are very nearly 40 minutes into today's play, and England have not lost a wicket, but then it has all been against a pretty old, soft, manky ball. Very light rain falling. Might have just passed actually by now. Line in again. Smith goes for the big slog. He gets an under edge onto the foot, rolls behind him. No run. Morning, Andy.
Good morning, Dan.
Morning, Glenn.
Morning, Dan. How are you? You're quite lively this morning. I thought you said you were going to stay up in the Barossa somewhere today.
Well, that had been a plan. Lyon in. And goes back at his crease to Smith and gets one that sharply turns back into him. He just works it short mid-wicket. But, now it's... they're coming off.
A little heavier.
Well, would you believe it?
I reckon they won't even get off it by the time it stops raining.
Do you reckon? It's sort of squally. It's a nasty, dirty cloud above, but it is moving quickly.
It's quite light out there.
Is this the first rain break of the Ashes? Of this year's Ashes? Simon Mann has, dodged it. I don't know.
But he doesn't like rain, or what's the thing with rain and Simon?
But basically the etiquette is, Glenn, that he who is on when the rain falls
stays on
for an indeterminate amount of time until the producer takes pity, which one fateful day
so the schedule
in Bristol,
no longer means anything.
Schedule's out of the window now. So yeah, there's one fateful day Andy will remember in Bristol. At Bristol when we were missing a commentator. They were stuck on the M4. There's a big traffic jam.
It's stopped raining now anyway.
Producer Tim Peach had said to me and Andy Zaltzman, I just need you to do some rain filler with Ramiz Raja. I said, for how long? He said, well, just keep going, see how it goes. An hour and 45 minutes later, we had covered every single last inch of the 1992 World Cup. By the way, you are listening to commentary from the Adelaide Oval on 5 Sports Extra and also on 5 Live if you're just joining us at 10 minutes past 12. There's no cricket yet. I think there will be shortly because we're having a very short rain break. So far, England have advanced without losing a wicket. They're 2:41 for 6. Smith and Jacks are going along comfortably enough. Jacks 21, Smith 25, but the caveat is it's against an old ball, and that new ball will be available in 6.2 overs. So once they get out there, it should only take about half an hour before they get to a new ball. There's just one little mat put down on the pitch
just
itself.
The Hessian. Hessian's down.
Yes. Nothing else.
Light. There's still a little bit of light mizzle.
Mizzle, I would call it. Yes, mizzle. Do you use that word in Australia?
Apparently so, or whether it's just I've had too much time
in England.
Hanging around you guys.
Yeah, well, much like Eskimos and the number of words for snow, in Manchester they have over 35 words for rain. So
they're starting to put the bigger covers out now.
Slightly disappointing, the bigger covers, the bigger white tarpaulin is being draped on the outfield, and then we'll cover what is a very small square. There's only 8 strips on this square, so the drop-in is the whole block, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
It's not just one pitch.
No, and you can see around the edges they're very
Defined,
exact.
isn't it? Yeah, like a sort of big postage stamp.
It's not quite like at Lord's with the amount of pitches they have there.
Or
That's
the oval
unbelievable.
where it goes all the way from one side to the other.
I went over and played a month for Middlesex in 2004, and we played on one from the member stand looking out on the right-hand side, one of the pitches that was quite close to the fence.
Right.
Like you could have just underarmed
sort of
it over
40
the
yards
fence.
sort of thing. Yeah.
And I thought, that's unbelievable. Why are we playing here? You've got acres and acres the other side. So as you can imagine, we were bowling about 2 foot outside offside.
Yeah, it does. It can create an artificiality. A similar thing at the Oval, and part of the reason is because obviously there's more county cricket than there will be Shield cricket. You play more games, and you've got one-day games, and now with 100 you've got that as well. And at Lord's, there's even more, isn't there? Because you've got like some relatively daft fixtures like Eton v Harrow, Oxford v Cambridge. They've probably got Army v Navy, that sort of thing. So it takes a bit of a hammering, the Lord's Square, whereas here at the Adelaide Oval, not so much. Beautiful ground that it is, but what would South Australia would play? What, 5 home games?
Yeah. So there's 10 Shield games home and away.
And they play every game here, would they?
Yeah. But they play a lot of AFL on the ground. So in UK, cricket grounds are just cricket.
Yeah.
Here they play just as much Aussie rules. So that's why the square and the centre bounce for Aussie rules is right in the middle of the square, and that's where most of the play sort of takes back a lot of the time, and the shoes, the cleats, they rip up that centre quick.
Keeps the outfield really well though, don't they? Because I mean, I imagine Aussie no rules, as we like to call it, because no one can understand the rules when we're watching it in England. There must be a lot of traction.
Oh, there's a fair bit, but it's more around the centre, and then everyone else is spread out and they're kicking, and the goals are down each end. So
they bring this square block of 8 pitches every year. Would they bring a new one, or do they take that block and then
I dare say it's
store it
probably
somewhere?
similar. They'll take it somewhere, transplant it probably out in the ovals out the back here or somewhere nearby, and just let it grow as if that's where it belongs. And then they just pick them up and bring it back out here.
It must be quite this sort of performance though to get it, because that's quite a hefty chunk. I mean, do you know how deep it goes when they?
I think it's decent. It's decent size. I don't know if it's a foot deep or what it is. I don't know. We'd have to ask the groundsman or an expert. Maybe Jim would know more.
It feels perilous. I could just see it breaking in half if you were trying to carry it. But yeah, now the lights are on, but there's a little smattering of blue sky above. There's some clouds. They're going across pretty quickly. There's a stiff breeze today on my walk into the ground. You could really feel it. And actually, there were some pretty ugly clouds earlier that didn't deposit any rain. I can't see umbrellas. The crowd, I always think that anybody in the crowd who has an umbrella up does need to be disciplined, because that encourages things.
Yeah, so
encourages
there's
umpires.
only one umbrella up.
And it's a third umpire or whoever.
There's one over in the member stand. A couple in the member stand I can see there. I see 2.
That's bang out of order. And I can't now see any rain. Can you?
No, there's blue sky not far away. You can just looking to see where the clouds are coming from. They're coming from the north. They're coming from sort of the northwest there, and that's where majority of the blue sky.
I mean, this is very disappointing for England, because if there's much more of this rain, then it is going to make it harder and harder to get that 435.
The run rate's going to creep up.
It is going to creep up.
It makes that ball a little bit wetter and hard to really grip for Nathan Lyon. So
there's a new in 6.2 overs, though, isn't there?
Yeah. So the Australians won't want any rain around then.
No. Are they getting out another tarpaulin?
No, they've got to rope off the field.
Right, of course we do, yes. So now we're in tractor territory.
Why do they want to get that one out?
It is still drizzling, despite the sunshine.
But Andy can see drizzle where I can't. But how do the binoculars get you closer to the rain? I mean,
you look at a dark area. You look at a dark area. But I can't see.
Very, very, very slight. And of course, we're at this stage where they wouldn't have come off in this, but having come off, they need to stay off. But it's actually getting quite bright. We're starting to see some shadows.
I'm not sure why the groundsman's putting out the big covers, because it's looking fairly reasonable. Though the groundsmen do know what's coming. They've got a good idea of what's
radar
out in the distance and everything else. And So
I'm always a bit sceptical of that though, Glenn, because I did actually hang around at Cardiff for 2.5 hours with no rain.
Yep.
I went down to the groundsman's hut and said, can I just ask why it is that we've got the covers on? He said, well, it's going to rain.
well, they sit
I said-
around having a coffee.
I said,
were they?
it's going to rain. He said, yes. It was supposed to have started 2.5 hours ago, but it hasn't. So we'd actually come off for anticipated
Look at
rain.
the sun. It's
Yeah,
bright
the
sunshine
sun
now.
is coming. There's a big tarpaulin being brought out.
Oh, we need our sunglasses. That white tarpaulin's a bit bright
It is.
now.
Yeah, it's a bit glary, and with the lights on. It's a rather peculiar scene actually, because there's a man with an umbrella, but the sun out. There are lights on with the sun out, and now there's tarpaulins here and there. We've got 2 tractors waiting to go round with the rope. But as I say, if you just joined us, England 2:41 for 6. They are still clinging on. They're still
Oh,
fighting.
they put on 34 today.
34?
With
Is it
not
34?
much risk.
34 in 10 overs and 4 balls.
We've seen a spectacular 6 from Jamie Smith. Two sixes, yeah. Smith 25, Jacks 21. This Surrey pair, the sort of last stand, notwithstanding Jofra Archer, of course, at number 10.
So you've written off Bryden Cass.
I'll have a little, yeah.
Josh Tongue.
When I felt his defensive technique was somewhat found wanting in the first innings, when a straight ball was too much for him.
Well, maybe
That didn't do anything.
maybe defence is not what he's going to do out there.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
But how long the counter-attack from Bryden Cars will last remains to be seen, if it does indeed unfold. Now then, we've got a question coming in. I'm going to give it to you very shortly. What's
I think the
drizzle
rain has
news?
now stopped. Drizzle update.
Drizzle update. Rain has stopped. But now there are more covers than ever. But away to our left, there is a bank of clouds that look a little bit more unpleasant. So we may be getting shortly into early lunch territory, but the game starts so early here, local time, start at 10 o'clock, that, I mean, they could be taking lunch at sort of 11:30, which
Potentially.
is, I mean, that's an uncivilised time for lunch. That's pretty much
Yeah,
my
it's sort of
normal breakfast time.
because the other thing too, all the commentators up here, they'll be keen to get home to their home ports with Christmas just around the corner. And I was looking at some flights, and I thought, to get back to the Sunshine Coast from here, the latest flight I can get is 2:30, and I was thinking,
Nah, you're done.
I think I'm done. I think I'm spending the rest of the day and evening here in Adelaide.
Well,
so
it's a beautiful town.
it is.
City.
I've got backup plans. So catch up with some friends out for dinner. It is quite a beautiful old country. It's a country town. There's some big country town. I haven't got enough time to get out in the surrounding areas, in the vineyards and what have you. But is that your plan?
Well, it had been my plan, but I think that's that. They're all plans.
Oh, you're off to
kiboshed
Melbourne
by this,
soon?
By this Doughty stuff tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
6 o'clock.
Oh, no, very civilised. 4 in the afternoon.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I don't do mornings. Now then, we've had a question in from Mark in Truro, and I think this is quite interesting because it could be from both sides' point of views here. He asks, how difficult is it for a team to lift themselves when the side has secured a series with 2 games to spare? Now, I suppose, let's look at it from both the point of view of the Australian side, because their primary objective would have been achieved. 3-0, Ashes regained, lovely. So how do you still find the motivation for tests 4 and 5? And then when we've explored that, how about the side that's 3-0 down? How do you find the motivation to come back in any way and to put in a performance?
Well, the one that's 3 down, there's got to be motivation to not lose 5-0, and the pressure's off. So go out and play, and it'll be interesting to see how England go in these next 2 Test matches. They're showing different fight from this second innings, so we'll see how we go. But 5-0, it's a bit of incentive there, isn't it?
I would have thought so, yeah.
Just that carrot. I think Australia want to come out and they set a standard and want to maintain it. So, Australia or England, it's still the ultimate, I think, for both countries. And just to get the edge over and keep driving it in. Though, in saying that, I look back to '97, the finals.
Oh yes, at the Oval.
At the Oval, we only needed 120 or something in that final. It should have really just come home. Whether we got a bit complacent or whether Tuffers just bowled England to victory, it was just too good. There's some dead rubbers that sort of sneak by, whether you get complacent or what it is.
Well, England have been accused of this a bit, haven't they? When they've won series, like against New Zealand and then against Sri Lanka, where finishing off the job. And the thing is, with World Test Championship points at stake, every game should be important. It's just that England sometimes don't really look as if they're playing for World Test Championship points. But Australia will do, won't they? Because
they should do. They should do. And, the opposition team who's down 3-0 or 4-0 going into that final test match, say, they've got nothing to lose anymore. There's no pressure on it. Sure, there's maybe a little bit of pressure. You don't want to be embarrassed and be beaten 5-0, but the pressure of going out there and the series still on the line is off. It's relaxed a bit, and they go out and, just go out and play. So it's a bit of
do those games have a different feeling? Because you would have played in loads of those, because you played in a side that kept on winning series quite early on. So when you go out to play those games, can you feel that the intensity's down a notch?
No. It's I think playing for your country is the ultimate. And this era, they sort of plan their season out a bit more. They go, I'll play this test, I'll have a rest of that, which I don't quite understand. No one owns their spot in the team. So I always felt the only thing that was important was this game. So you go out there and play as well as you can. You never give up. You can win from any position. That's your attitude. And then once you finish that game, then you contemplate or think about the next game. That's the way we did it. So, sometimes you can... it's just the way it goes. The other team gets on a bit of a roll, and it's always the batsman that let us down. It's never the bowlers. Like, seriously, like getting bowled out for 120 or a couple of times. So you can't blame the bowlers for that one. But you don't want to get complacent. And I just think the standard you set yourself is what you want to maintain. And when you go out there, you want to maintain it. You're playing Test cricket for your country. Very few people have had the opportunity to do it. You don't take it for granted, and you want to go out there and give it your all. So, dead rubbers. There's a lot made of it, but
did Australia used to make changes? I can't remember now.
Not really, no.
So you'd stick with the winning team.
Yep.
I mean, obviously the onus is a bit more on the side that's losing, right? So we'll expect them to, at any rate, bring in Jacob Bethel, partly because, say Ollie Pope's not firing, but also because there is a development incentive here with matches at Melbourne and Sydney, and the idea that Bethel as a young man could very well be back here in 4 years' time, give him a sort of taste of the action, Boxing Day, all that kind of stuff. So the losing side can often find themselves making changes, but you're saying that Australia is a winning side, because England have made changes when they've won a series. So someone like, say, Josh Hull came in and played for England at the Oval, and quite a lot of England players, former England players, were a bit miffed by that, because the idea that he's kind of burgled a cap, really. But I mean, England would say, well, we're trying to have a look, and the consequences aren't as great.
Well, I don't look at Test cricket as that. Every single match is important, and the last thing you want to do is change a winning team and change sort of the momentum, and to drop someone from a Test match just to give someone else an opportunity is probably the last thing that player wants to do as well. So you've been rested from the Test match. You're batting well. Someone else comes in or bowling well, and they get 100 or they get 5. So hang on, what's happening? So we always said it was harder to get out of the Australian team than it was to get selected. So if you're in a winning team, selectors are going to be very hesitant in changing that formula, and just keep it there. So I think one dayers, T20s, fair enough, you can do that. Test cricket to me is too important, and that's the way we grew up. Test cricket, it's the ultimate.
Well, I think it's a view that's shared by fans and players alike, and it's one of the reasons why we're slightly miffed. Now then, we're going to talk about cricketers being away at Christmas in a moment with Glenn, who's here. Tuffers away to my left.
Hola.
Aggers. Aggers has been away from many at Christmas, not just as a player, of course, but as a broadcaster over the last 35 years. 35? It is 35.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically every other Christmas, isn't it? So I think I probably missed 16 Christmases, I should think.
16 Christmases?
I think so, something like that, yeah. It's always, for us, it's always Australia, always South Africa, and used to be India, although that's rather cut back on. We don't, not away so much now, but
New
certainly.
Zealand, ever?
Not New Zealand, no, that was always a bit later in the year. So it was always here in South Africa.
And it's always so bizarre. I mean, for us, it is. And for you, it must be the most natural thing in the world, because you'll just be playing, if you're away at Christmas, it's because you're away somewhere warm. But for us, I mean, Tuffers, how do you feel when you hear
sleigh bells sleighing, and in the bleak midwinter,
It's a bit late.
as you're walking across a bridge and the sun is
45
beating down.
degrees.
Yeah.
Well, I try to get into the spirit wherever I am. You know?
do, yeah.
But no, it's a little bit weird. We were discussing with Aggers, the big inflatable. Snowman's come down. He's run out of puff, so that's sort of
sad, isn't it?
Withered.
He melted a bit.
He melted a bit.
I think one of the most incongruous ones I remember was dear old Noosa gets another mention here, but we were playing a game at Cairns, and somewhere up there. But anyway, Victor and I had a day off, and we were sitting in. We'd gone to Noosa, and we were sitting in a swimming pool. And it must have been about 35 degrees. We're lying there in our swimming trunks chatting about cricket or something, and all you could hear come through the pipe music was about Jack Frost nibbling at your nose. Hang on a minute. Hang on. It is all a bit bizarre. But it's funny. I mean, you do... There was how it's changed is quite marked in that when I first started, the players and the press always did something together.
Yes.
Not lunch as such, but there's always something beforehand.
Yep.
Fancy dress sort of thing?
The players would be in fancy dress, and the press would host a drinks party, because you were allowed to in those days, if you claim it back on expenses, and you'd host a drinks party, all the press together. But it was a really good way of seeing the players in a relaxed mood, rather than just the usual, down there with a microphone, and then you'd actually have a few drinks, have a bit of a laugh.
That was Christmas Day or
that
Christmas
was Christmas
Eve?
Day, and the
Test starting Boxing Day.
Yeah.
So
yes,
you're having plenty of drinks.
This is the morning, but the press would have they'd have had an unamusing skit of some sort that they would reel out. I remember one in India where Tim Robinson had scored a load of runs. So
1984.
Some clever journos had written a song about old man Robbo just keeps batting along or something. Everyone had a good laugh, and then they would go off and do their own lunch, the players, and we'd do our own thing, and then it was pretty quiet. But Duncan Fletcher put a stop to that on a tour here. No, that's it. That was the end of it. No more get-togethers with the press, and it was a shame because it was a good means of everyone just having a bit of a chat together and not talking about cricket. Not interviewing somebody about whatever it may be. But no, unfortunately, Duncan didn't really see the benefit of that, so he canned it.
Yeah, well, you talk about the fancy dress and what have you. The new tourists, the rookie tourists, had to do like a little performance.
That's right, they did. Yes, a bit of pressure on them.
That was terrifying.
Tell us about your one. So what year would that be? 1991 or 45?
It was terrifying. Young kid, you got all your heroes in there like that, and I think I might have made a mistake.
Oh,
because I decided to take the mickey out of our captain, Graham Gooch.
Oh, that's not good.
So I said, well, what can I do? What can I do? And I think Lammy or someone's gone, well, Tuffers, you know what I mean? He's really trying to sort of like instill this fitness regime. It's all getting on our nerves a little bit, you know what I mean? It's making us run round and do sit-ups. Why don't you do something like that? So I was actually dressed as a sheikh for the dinner. And 94, I was the Riddler, which was a nice outfit actually. And so I've come down and I've got these, the really short shorts, the really tight shorts.
Early 90s, the sort of Glenn Hoddle style,
Correct.
very tight shorts.
That's the one. It's the running singlet vest.
Yes.
John McEnroe headband. Moustache and beard and everything, and how Gucci was looking, and he's standing there like that. And can we please welcome, to do the bit, Graham Gooch. And I cue me to come through the curtain, running around, going touching my toes, doing sit-ups, and Gucci's face was just glaring at me like that. And of course, I had to do that. Come on, lads!
I was going to say, you did the voice, did you?
I did.
Just quick news. You may have heard a short cheer, and that's because the covers are coming off. And although we have to add a little bit of a squall, but away to our left now there is a bank of blue sky. So before long, this will be cleared away.
Christmas Day is also a working day. So the players will practice because you are playing on Boxing Day, and we'd all go down and do it. No, it's compulsory.
Not back then.
It was the day before Christmas. There'd be a full-on proper day because you're playing in front of 80,000 the next day in Melbourne, or whatever it may be. I do remember one time we were in. I think we're in Port Elizabeth, or East. I think it's Port Elizabeth. Pretty miserable, bleak hotel. Were you on this one with Ray Illingworth as the manager? And off we went. And Ray had a very dry sense of humour. Ray. I mean, I loved Ray. Anyway, we did our practice, came back, and whoever had got to the hotel first had eaten all the Christmas turkey, all the Christmas food, and there was just like a little bit left of the buffet of sort of something that was turned in. I remember Ray stomping about, and it was the most un-Christmas Christmas I've ever had, which ended up with me, Mike Atherton, Bob Willis, and a couple of others, I think, playing Balderdash. Remember the Balderdash, like Call My Bluff? I think Ian played in both of them, and we're just sitting there in this gloomy sort of conference room with no Christmas lunch, playing Balderdash to pass the hours. Went back to the room, put the telly on, and it was The Sound of Music, and that was all that was on South African television at the time. So that was possibly the most miserable Christmas.
I tell you, I've got one to measure that. Zimbabwe.
Oh.
Do you remember that one? And that's what stopped us rooming with people.
Oh yes, Lord McLaurin was
Lord
there.
McLaurin. And one of the main reasons why was me and John Crawley were sitting on Christmas Day. We had a bucket of chicken, like you do. And the room was tiny. It was about I was about a foot away from his bed, like that, and we were just sitting there, like that. And John Crawley was playing the Smiths. On his guitar, like that, and we were just sitting there going, "Oh crikey, well this isn't much fun," And Lord,
well, the Smiths is pretty dismal,
well, absolutely,
depressing music to start with.
It set the tone, and Lord McLaurin opened the door, and he said, "Right, we can't have this anymore. This is absolutely ridiculous." It was virtually. I was virtually in his bed. It was that small, and he said we can't have this anymore. And then we had single rooms.
What year was that?
What year was Zimbabwe?
So 96, the Aussies got single rooms. About 1996.
96, yeah. I think.
It's when Bumble was coach. It was the Bulawayo.
We murdered them. Yeah, we murdered them. Draw.
Yeah. Now, but Glenn, you presumably were never away because Australia always had their own Boxing Day test. So you would have been in Australia, but you have family, you got kids, whatnot. Did you just schedule Christmas for another time of year? I mean, I know Alex Hartley, for example, she knew she was coming here. She and her family had Christmas on something like the 8th of November. And they had full-on Christmas, the full works, the turkey, the lot. Would you do that?
No, so, when we were playing, it was you're always down in Melbourne. All the families come down. Christmas Day, they get Santa dressed up, come in for the kids. So it's quite festive and it's very family-orientated. Since I've retired, I had 5 years away from the game where I didn't do anything. And then since then, for the next, 14 years, so 19 years I retired. Pretty much been down in Melbourne most years. I think I've missed probably 2, maybe 3. So you're at home, you have Christmas with the family, and then lunchtime on Christmas Day, you jump on a plane and fly down. Though my wife's Italian, and they open their presents on Christmas Eve.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how Santa actually arrives to deliver those presents, but that's a new tradition that we've started recently. So open our presents on Christmas Eve, and then I think it's because they like lying in on Christmas morning.
Makes sense.
So I've still got my youngest is 10. My elder two, 25, 24, Sydney, Melbourne, they're coming up. So we'll do all the Christmas thing at home. And then get on a plane about 4 o'clock, fly down to Melbourne. But I've never had a cold Christmas. Never had a white Christmas.
Ever. Well, in that case, you missed the one that I was going to mention. We had a Christmas in Melbourne once, and it hailed.
Oh, well, that's a bit different.
It was freezing. The wind blew. People imagine, about there, sunbathing, having a swim on Christmas Day. This one, it wasn't double figures, and that was the year in which England won at Melbourne, when Steve Waugh batted on.
Yeah, so I think I remember that.
So the Christmas Day of that year, it was an absolutely freezing
98
Christmas. When did Steve Waugh?
Yeah, it might have been.
So
that's but that's Melbourne. I've played test matches, and it might have been that one where you wake up in the morning, the sun's out, next thing you know it's raining, the sleet's coming in sideways, you're freezing, and then by the end of the day it's 30 degrees again. So Melbourne, you get all 4 seasons in a day. But I've played, Christmas where it's, where I grew up, quite comfortably have 40, 45 degrees on Christmas Day, and that's, that's Christmas
Do you
to me.
Do you have the full works? All the veggies and all the roast
Oh yeah, you
potatoes?
sort of big roast dinner and everything, and off you go. Though I'm not sure what
shrimp on the barbie.
have a
Oysters.
big leg of ham.
Lots of oysters.
Yeah,
My mum would make Christmas puddings, the big sort of fruit, sort of the old way in the sort of.
It's quite heavy food.
Yeah, for 45 degrees.
But also,
Yeah.
but always finished
No,
with pavlova as well.
that's like-
you don't have Christmas pudding. You have
You've gotta
pavlova,
have
don't you?
pav.
You have
Yeah,
pavlova.
That's an Australian thing,
Yeah.
is it?
What's that? Well, there's an argument between New Zealand and Australia about who created pavlova, but Australia have nicked it. They always have pavlovas. Rather than Christmas pudding, they'll have a pavlova.
And my mum makes the best pav going around. I can't eat anyone else's, but so
it's a bit big at the end of the meal.
So
but
it
there
is
you go.
quite festive. But we'd also go down the paddock. I grew up on a sheep and wheat farm, so we'd go down the paddock, early December, go through the trees. We find a nice sort of size pine tree, chop him down, bring him home, put it in this big tin with rocks to hold it in and decorate it. So we do that every year.
Choose your kangaroo or your wombat or whatever it is you're going to stick
No
on the
wombats
barbie.
out where I live. There was
right.
just kangaroos and emus.
So South Africa or Australia, guys, the ones who've had, not so much you, but the ones who've had Christmas in both. Oh no, right, let's throw India into the mix as well.
India,
Favourite?
Well, it was Calcutta. We haven't actually been away in India for some years. My first tour there as a player was a Calcutta Christmas. Again, fancy dress. I remember, actually, I hope he's not listening, but Neil Foster actually
he's not listening.
looked, he looked surprisingly attractive in his sari. Worryingly so. And I was rooming with Fozzie, and we had to
And the
get
beds were
housekeeping.
quite close.
We had to get housekeeping up to dress him in his sari, and made him up, and the tilak on the forehead, and all of that. And down went Fozzie. I think, we'd been away for a while. I think some of the lads thought it was rather nice until revealed that it was Neil Foster. But anyway,
I think I've seen that photo.
Yeah. Oh, their photos are out there.
Yeah, there are photos of that, especially that. It's 84-5 tour.
Yeah.
It was a very big one. It was one that England
It was.
won.
It was a great tour.
Miraculously.
It was a very
from
happy
1-0
tour. That
down.
one. It was a great Christmas actually.
Yeah.
But again, it was the press thing first, and I do miss that.
Yeah.
Because we don't get much chance to fraternise in a nice way, in a relaxed way with the players. It is always business now, isn't it? Even though in the hotel we're in now, okay, things haven't gone well, so you tend to duck round the pillars and not necessarily look some of them in the eye. It's awkward. They're there in breakfast, aren't they? And it's tricky. But if you can get something just to release a little bit of pressure, I think Duncan got that wrong, and I know that my colleagues were really quite upset that he'd done that unilateral decision. Bang, because I think the players enjoyed it as well. They used to come along and have a bit of a chat, and if you'd had a fallout with one of the journos, if you'd written something unpleasant, well, you bury it, and on you'd go.
But we didn't even have wives and girlfriends when I toured.
No.
That was a bit sad.
I
Didn't
bet.
even. Yeah, it was.
On tour.
Because I don't think
Well, you get a bit homesick, couldn't you? I mean,
Well,
it's a long
absolutely.
way away, and
Absolutely.
you're in the middle of a long tour as well.
Yeah.
And
No
Australian
FaceTime
tours-
or anything like that. No internet.
3-0 down.
Yeah.
You're probably old enough
FaceTime.
to remember booking phone lines. aren't you?
Absolutely. I mean, you had no mobile phones, so particularly in India. I remember rooming with Phil Edmonds on my tour of India, and Francis, his wife at the time, had been out, and he booked a room. He booked a call. I'm lying in there. He was a terrible roommate, insomniac. So we had a little routine where we used to ask for a cup of coffee and hot chocolate at bedtime, because you knew it'd be delivered with a sort of a cosy over the pot. And so that cosy would then go onto the light, so he could read and I could go to sleep. Until one time it didn't actually catch fire, this nylon thing, which wasn't great. But he ordered this call because Francis had gone to Goa for a few days on the beach. And every night he'd ring up, operator, where's my call? Oh, yes, Mr. Evans, it'll be coming soon. Try again tomorrow. After 4 days of trying, this black phone sort of vibrated into life with a great jangle. And Phil picked it up, and this triumphant voice, and then said, "Sir, your call to Guwahati." And Phil just had a complete tantrum, ripped the wires out. I remember all the masonry coming up, and he pulled the wire out of the wall, completely the wrong place. But yeah, it was lonely. It was, you were homesick. Young kids, and that, it was difficult. And it happened to coincide that my kids also, their birthdays tended to be in sort of touring time as well. So.
Right.
Yeah, it's a selfish life, but it's a life in which you have to kind of be really committed to it. But it's not quite the bed of roses sometimes that people imagine that it is.
I've got a question I want to ask, and I want to ask it to one of England's premier spinners and one of Australia's premier fast bowlers, because I imagine that they might give us very, very different answers. And the question is, do players have limits on what they can eat or drink on Christmas Day?
That's a good question.
Let's start with let's start with Glenn to get the chiselled, intensely fit 563 wicket fast bowler's view, and then we'll come to you, Tuffers.
Yes.
Well, it was a different era back then as well. You know, from the start of my career to the end was completely different. So, no, at the beginning there was no dietitians. You know, you have what you want, and after a day's play, you go out as well. You go out and having a few drinks and catching up and having a bit of fun with the teammates. So, yeah, now the players don't go out at all. So, and back then I could eat anything, so I didn't worry about what I ate. No.
Well, it sounds to me like we might get exactly the same answer.
So where did it all go wrong? We were on the same diets as them lot.
But then dietitians came halfway through and destroyed all the meals. But, you know, as cricketers, we still love going to Lord's because that is comfortably, easily the best lunch in world cricket. Yeah. So that hasn't been tampered with. So, yeah, you know, lunch on Christmas Day is just, cash
we
in.
were sensible. You had a couple of glasses. One, as you said, you used to go and see, they used to have a glass of champagne, perhaps with the press, and have a little chat, and then wander off. I can still remember Ray Illingworth dressed up as Emperor Ming, which was
Ming the Merciless?
Yes, which was really quite disconcerting, considering I didn't particularly get on very well with him.
Poor Illy.
No, and you'd have a couple of glasses of wine, and then if you're not in the 11, you might wander off and sort of carry on. But you'd be in bed by 10:30, you know.
Just a word, we've now got rid of all of the clouds in bed by 10:30. I'm not entirely convinced by that. Rid of all the clouds now.
10:30 the next morning.
Lights are still on, but we've got rid of all the covers. The stumps are in the ground. The Australian players are warming up. We
got rid of all the clouds too.
Yeah, all the clouds.
They're all gone.
And just a reminder that the time is 11:15 here. So that's... Have we heard a restart time yet? I'm not sure if we have. But that means that they're not going to take an early lunch, but we will be able to make up time, presumably, on the last day. I think we can make up time.
Yeah.
So that'll be fine. Now, sometimes Christmas Day can be absolutely appalling for certain people. One of our colleagues, Stephen Finn, when he was out in Australia, we had two rather tricky tours here. In 2010-11, he was the only player in the side to be dropped. And in 2013-14, he was the only player in the touring party not to be selected at some point.
Oh, that's harsh.
And it's very strange.
We also had...
Play's going to resume at 11:20. I've just got that.
There was one tour of South Africa where I don't want to exaggerate this. I think we had 3 players' birthdays on Christmas Day.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm going Simon Jones.
Simon Jones, yes.
And Marcus Trescothick, was he?
Was he Christmas Day?
There were 3, and I remember interviewing with they looked a bit sad on Christmas Day. We're at Durban. I think it was the time actually that everyone stole his lunch. But anyway, it was to have 3 Christmas Day birthdays on a touring party of 16 is extraordinary.
Yeah, Gary Kirsten ruined my Christmas lunch in Durban. 275 night out.
Oh, ugly innings too, isn't it?
Just, I may have been ambiguous when I said it starts at 11:20. That's our time here. So, for you sat at home in the United Kingdom, in 3.5 minutes' time, we've got to restart at 12:50. Yeah, but just to finish that point about Finney.
Yeah.
Alistair Cook, the other one.
Alistair Cook was the other one. Yeah. Finney was actually given
it was
the
Trez,
news.
wasn't it? Yeah, Trez and Simon. There we go. Yeah.
Because Finney played the first 3 tests in 2010-11 and was England's leading wicket taker, I think. But because he was going it over 4 and over, and Andy Flower didn't believe in that, he was told on Christmas Day that he was dropped.
Yeah, that's not
great. And I think he writes about this in his book. He's got a very good book in which he describes, some of these travails, because there's 2 quite weird Ashes tours to have. The highs of being out there, and I think his mother came out, and to have to tell her, "Oh, I'm not playing."
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas, Christmas Day, exactly. So some pretty manky things can happen.
Open your present, and there's a little note in there. Sorry, mate, you're dropped.
You're getting the next 5 days off.
In a cracker. Put it in a cracker.
Which side do you get? Oh, no, I've got the drop side.
Yeah, pretty brutal. Well, the players are making their way out. The sun is shining. Will Jacks is going to resume alongside JB Smith. Andy Zaltzman's returning. Alex Hartley's coming in, and presumably someone's going to come for me, shortly. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Glenn's done a good old stint there as we've reminisced about Christmases past. But yes, the 3 England cricketers, Alistair Cook, Simon Jones, Marcus Trescothick, all having birthdays on Christmas Day. We were talking, Alex, about how your family had your Christmas early. Was it the 8th of November I had to send you Happy Christmas? I think it was that. And coming back, the part-timer who managed to get off and up that drain pipe like a rat is Simon Mann, is going to come and join you, Alex Hartley.
It was the 8th of November, which was really peculiar.
It's not Simon Mann, it's Jim Maxwell. I'm really sorry. So I might have to do this ball. We'll see how it goes.
But I think you are going to have to do this ball, Dan, because you've ruined my flow.
Sorry, but was it the 8th of November?
It was the 8th of November, and it was really wholesome because Christmas is such a massive thing in our family that we just really wanted to all celebrate together. And Mum and Dad now say they don't feel like it's Christmas at home. I reckon you've got time to swap here.
I think I have, because I think it's not quite 12:50, so they're all standing around. I'm going to hand over to Jim.
So yeah, we had our Christmas day. All the family came round, my brother, his wife, my grandma. It was lovely. And then they've got to do it all again in a couple of days. Good morning.
Lovely. Lovely. It was lovely.
It was lovely, Jim, it was.
Yes.
You'll have had some Christmases
you got
away.
the Scottish Open back on.
Just for you this time, Jim.
Yes. Well, you might need it at the moment. There's a cool breeze here. It's about 20 degrees. Anyway, we're back on the road again, folks, after a rain squall, a rain break. And England need only 194 with 4 wickets in hand now. And that is blustering away in Bimush. Lyon bowls, and he's drawing Smith forward, and he pokes it down there on the onside. So they've played pretty well, these blokes, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've played really nicely. It's a bit of a shame they went off for rain because they're going to have to restart again. So they've obviously restarted overnight, go off for the rain, and now get themselves back in the middle.
Well, the bowlers are going to do the same. So it's square.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I'm an England fan, you know, Jim. Come on.
Well, yeah, keep pressing. We want to see some more cricket here. Lyon bowls and a forward lean. And Smith's 25, Jackson's 21. That was the end of the over that was being bowled before the rain came along. How much time did we lose there?
40 minutes.
40?
Yep.
Right. They seem to muck around. You see, what happens now, technology wins the race all the time. And the groundsman said to the umpire who's asked, it's not raining, get the covers. Oh, no, there's a cloud over there. It'll be here in 5 minutes.
And my radar says.
And the radar says it's going to rain. So we muck around. They should have been off for 20 minutes. Anyway, we just add a bit of time on if we need to. But the sun's out. We love to see the sun. And so do most of the fans in the ground, because this is the best kind of Adelaide day. Sunny, but not stinking hot.
Oh, it's cold though. You're not cold.
No, come on, toughen up, toughen up. There's no place for weak people, as it's on the back foot. It's played away to covers up. That's what I heard Stokes say.
Yeah, there's no weak men in our commentary box, Jim.
That's right, definitely not. Yeah.
So
the king of vaudevilles alongside me. He's getting ready for... Are you doing a Christmas pantomime?
Not quite a pantomime, but I'm doing a couple of shows in Melbourne before the test match.
I'm pleased to hear it.
I won't be dressing like a horse or a cow.
Why not? Is that tough as
an
job?
Angel. I think you'd look good as an angel. Christmas special.
Now again, Labuschagne is a yard or two in front of Carey. Smith's got a bat, and so has Jacks, and the Surrey team are wondering what's happening next as a bit of paper blows across the ground, and must have had a message on it because Labuschagne's gone from slip to mid-wicket. Here we go. Over the wicket. He's is in again, Green, to continue his spell. And he's pushed away on the onside. None for 39 in his 9th over. Jack's on 21 and Smith 25. And it's been a good effort. They've put on 34 runs today. Haven't really given a chance that I could recall.
It's felt a little bit like Australia are just waiting for the new ball.
Yeah.
Which obviously they are. There's not long to go now.
Well, Cummins and Stark, the key bowlers, as Green draws another defensive shot, playing straight down the pitch and playing confidently. And on the one hand, a little bit of moisture might enliven this surface, but on the other, it might just cause it to be as flat as it was a couple of days ago.
Yep.
And they've dug in here. They haven't scored for a while, have they? Oh no, it's 40 minutes. They're off the field. They didn't score.
But they hadn't scored for the 9 balls before the break, and now 5 balls after. Just 1 single in the last 25 balls.
Green in the sunshine, bowls short. He tugs it away. Straight to the man in front of us, Donald Bradman's stand. He picked him out just a little bit short as he went wide of the crease to bang it in. And they took a run out to Weatherall. So Jacks is 22 and Smith 25.
I must say, Jim, you're looking very smart today. You've got trousers and shirt on.
Sunday.
Is that why?
I didn't go to church, no. No, luckily I had 2 smarter shirts in my wardrobe when the bloke turned up yesterday and said, "Would you like to ring the bell?" I said, "What? You want me to ring the bell?"
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a privilege. And so it was. Did that this morning. Green runs in and leaning forward. It's pushed out on the offside. I think Adelaide and Lords are the only places where this happens. I don't know of any others, do you?
I have rang the bell at
Trent Bridge or Old Trafford?
Trent Bridge it happens. Old Trafford, it definitely happens there.
They're ringing the bells all over England, of course, at the moment, aren't they? For any kind of reason. No, it was established by the late Keith Bradshaw, and it was a good move, I think, as Green bowls, and that's short. Oh, so short and slow and poked away on the almost reluctant pulled shot to man in front of square 6 for 242. So it's nice to have these things. A no ball. Oh, sorry, folks. Just as they were wheeling into position for another over, they're sent back by the outstretched left arm of Mr. Minon down at the far end of the ground.
It's quite a big no ball, that, from Cameron Green as well. A few inches over the line.
Big boy with a big stride. He goes in again, and it's defended back down the pitch by Smith, and that is the end of the over. 6 for 243. So we like to have these traditions being created and maintained. Andy, for how many years have they rung a bell at Lords? Ooh. So I thought I might get him sooner or later, you see.
Yeah.
That's not in my database, Jim. I'll see if I can.
Is it a post-World War II event? Post something else?
I'll see what I can find out.
Yeah. It's 6 years they've had it here. And they took me out into the committee room, and there's an honour board, actually, of all those who have rung the bell.
Is there?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, I've just done a little quick search.
Yeah.
The iconic 5-minute bell at Lords, signalling the start of play, was introduced much later than the ground's opening. The tradition began.
Much later? Well, fair enough. Lyon bowls it, and Jacks plays away to the onside.
The tradition began in 2007 during England's Test match against the West Indies, where Sir Vivian Richards and Peter Baxter were amongst the first to ring it.
Very good. Lyon, that's interesting to know as Lyon draws it forward. And I think as a result of what's happened here after the death of Keith Bradshaw, we're going to see a lot more bells forged in Australia for cricket grounds. It's going to happen. I can just see it becoming a contagious ceremony. Here's Lyon going in again at Jacks. Jacks is on the back foot and it's played away out to deep backward point. I'm only saying that because I'm all in favour of bells being rung, and I know it needs a bit of help.
Yeah, it's an honour and a privilege, isn't it, when you get asked to do it?
You've done it, haven't you?
Yep, I have indeed.
And Lords where?
Lords and Old Trafford.
And Old Trafford. You've done the double.
I know. It was a
done.
week of bell ringing for me, that actually.
Yeah.
Both in a week.
Did you get instruction about how best to ring the bell?
I just got told just give it a good tug, so I did. I did it as hard as I could.
Okay. A slip in the short leg and down the pitch. He gallops and drives it straight to mid-off as it turned out. Good-looking shot there from Jacks on 23.
The single off the previous ball brought a 50 partnership in 22 overs.
Well done, England. Yeah, blue sky above us now as Lyon goes in again and on the back foot. It's a piercing mid-off and extra coverage going up towards the boundary. It will be overhauled on the slide from Cummins. They collect 2 more runs. And Jacks goes along to 25 with that attractive stroke. 6 for 2 for 6.
Really nicely played by Jacks there, just going deep in his crease and punching the ball through the offside. Nathan Lyon won't mind that though as a spinner. It was Smith actually, sorry.
Right, and Smith on strike, yes. He goes back and defends. He's 27, Jacks is 23. It's 6 for 246 at the end of the over. So another 4 overs before they can if they want to take the new ball.
Before things might get a little bit trickier for a while for England.
Still pretty good to bat on, isn't it? Yeah. If only England had managed to get through 3 or 4 down.
Yeah.
What a day this would be. It still might be, but yeah.
I think these two are obviously batters. You know, Jackson's the side for his batting and part-time spin bowling, so it does all rely on these two out in the middle. But yeah, I'm with you, Jim. If there could have been 4 down at the end of play, we would have felt a little bit more confident.
So they're going with the bouncing ball trick. 3 men out behind square. The one in between is 10-15 paces in from the boundary, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. There's a gully, and here comes Green from the northern end. He bowls a ball that's bouncing, but not with a lot of venom outside the off stump. And Jacks on 23 lets it go through to the keeper. So what is England's best 7th wicket partnership on this famous ground? They've already beaten one record in the first innings with the 9th wicket partnership, and they get a chance of doing that again here if they can get through this next couple of hours. Well, they would have won the game by then. And they might, folks, they might. Keep listening. You never know. Green runs in again, and it's defended by Jacks, looking very competent as he gets across his crease and pats the ball away down towards mid-on.
I'm looking forward to the scenes in the press box, Jim, when England get over the line in this test match, having been written off by everybody. Everyone will go wild.
They're talking about, not that Bazball's been burnt, but that hubris has been burnt. I would have thought, well, at the moment it's certainly barbecued, if not some kind of self-immolation at the moment, but we'll see. As Green goes in and bowls a ball, it's tight on the stumps. And Jacks forces it away into the covers. Another dot. You've been researching very busily there, Andy.
Yeah, the highest by England for the 7th wicket on this ground was 135. That was Jeff Miller and Bob Taylor in the 1978-79 Ashes.
Right.
England won 5-1, but a huge tranche of Australia's top players didn't play in that series due to the World Series cricket. Other than that, Patsy Hendren and Jack Hobbs, 117 for the 7th wicket back in 1924-25.
Here he comes again. He bowls a ball. It's in line. It's patted away down towards mid-on. I've probably already told you about that 24-5 timeless test, which was the first broadcast on the radio. Anyway, and broadcast by one man on that side of the ground on the western side, who did every ball I think he had a rest on Sunday because that's what they used to do in those days. But 7 days of cricket. A game Australia eventually won by 11 runs, I think. But imagine that. They used to play a lot of those timeless games. Green bowls back and across goes Jacks for a single, pushing it away through point. He moves along to 24, 8 for 247. You ring the bell again over there?
Well, on that game in 1924-5, England almost reversed their batting order. There must have been some rain quite often in those days.
Sticky.
When the pitch was difficult, they'd sacrifice the tail.
It's not a bad shout, that, actually.
So Hobbs, who usually opened, batted 5. Hendren was a top order player, batted at 8. That's why they were batting together as low as the 7th wicket. It must have been quite interesting watching those kind of games where the rain was such a variable.
It would have been fascinating. But every now and then it'd blow up in your face if you're caught on the sticky. You get rissoled. Green ball short, and he tugs that away. Where's that gone? Very fine this time. And a diving save down there is a good one. Below us at fine leg. Ooh, he stretched himself, Nathan Lyon. He's just twitching a bit and looking stiff on his right calf muscle, or his, yes. He's looking a bit discomforted down there, and I think he's waving to his mates. I think I'll go off, get someone out here. It's the end of the over. 6 for 249. Jacks 24, and Smith now on 29. Yep.
Yeah, he's gone off here as Nathan Lyon. He can't put weight on his right heel, so he's walking on his tiptoes of his right foot.
Yep.
And that doesn't look good.
No, that doesn't look good, but it doesn't look as bad as the calf muscle at Lord's a few years ago. But we'll have a sub out there for Australia in a moment.
I think he's done, Jim.
Travis Head, the hero of the match, of the city, keys to the city. Yes, the Lions limping away towards the dressing room at the moment after tumbling to save that stroke down towards fine leg. So Head, you can turn them a bit. He comes in now, and Jacks goes back and knocks it down the pitch. Jacks 24, Smith 29, 6 for 249.
He's a bit of a flatter bowler, isn't he, than Nathan Lyon? Doesn't get that dip and that drift that Lyon would get.
He pokes it up again on the back of a length shot, played away towards mid-wicket. Slip short leg, and the ring field with a fellow out on the boundary behind point for the reverse sweep. Here comes Head forward, checks himself and just pushes the ball away down the pitch. So this brings us a little bit closer to the new ball. This is the 78th over of the innings. Travis Head bowling his offies, and he smacked straight down to mid-off. Nice little half volley, but he couldn't get it through the field. But they're playing with a bit of accomplishment, some serenity, and a drive now on the other side. Goes past Head down towards long on, and they take a single to Stark. And the 250 comes up. 250. That's only another 185 to win the game, folks. Stay glued to your crystal set, radio, whatever you're doing to follow this. Head bowls again, drawing Smith forward in defence, and he pushes it away towards mid-wicket. 1 run from the over. England lingering out there with some defiance. Jacks 25, Smith 29.
Well, with the way Nathan Lyon walked off there, Jim, I don't know if we'll see him again, because he couldn't put weight on the heel of his right leg. Doesn't bode well, that. It's not like he's just hobbled off going, oh, I think I've done a little bit there. He just couldn't walk off properly.
Yes, will he be playing in Melbourne? What degree of seriousness is that injury that he seemed to have sustained? May have pulled a hammy, whatever he's done, he's not on the field. And I'm trying to work out who is on the field. Nisa, who's out there? We'll find him in a moment. We've got a change down at the other end, and Marnus Labuschagne, he's going to bowl his leggies.
I was about to say, what's he going to bowl? What are we going to
Yes.
see? It's his leg spin.
Here he comes. He bowls a leggy, and on the back foot it's easily poked away into the covers. Smith 29, Jacks on 25, and he can rip the odd leg break. Controls a little bit of an issue. He's got a long on, somewhat on the onside behind square, and a quick single. Pushed away towards cover. They go sprinting off there. Ticks the score over to 251, and they're keeping pace with each other, kind of. Jacks is 26, Smith there 29. So a slip, a deep point, backward point, cover mid-off, long on, deep into wicket, deep backward square, and an orthodox mid-wicket he bowls now. And that's on the length, and Smith treats it appropriately, just plays it. That's all they got to do, just keep playing and hope that they don't get a Gazunder or a Perler, a Jaffa. He tosses again, short off the back foot. He's hammered that away out towards deep cover. There's only one. Wetherell's out on the boundary, and he ticks along to 30. 252 for 6.
Yeah, just bide your time out there in the middle. You know, with a leggy in particular and somebody like Marnus, you are going to get that shorter one.
He comes to Jacks. Jacks drives and drives square and long. Wetherelled out on the deep cover point boundary. Another run. 6 for 253. This is the 79th over. It's all getting sort of work towards the possibility, the certainty you would think of a new ball. Labuschagne tries again on the back foot. It's hit hard out to deep cover. Wetherell gets around. He doesn't get there. It goes for 4. 4 runs to Jacks, whacking it a long hop away through the covers. It's 6 for 257 at the end of the over. Simon Mann's going to come in and join Alex Hartley.
And that's the shot I was talking about, where you just bide your time. You know, somebody like Marnus Labuschagne is going to give you that short one, and at the end of that over, the new ball has come onto the pitch. Going to be taken. Is it got one more over? Then it will be taken. Marnus Labuschagne is throwing his head in the air, throwing his head over his shoulder like he should have been taking wickets every ball. Simon.
Well, that's the aggression he shows, isn't it? And he's always at you. He's such a good fielder. He always likes to be in the game. Here's Head going into bowl. His first ball is clipped away backward a square for a single. Good morning to all those people who are still with us in the UK, still believing. All coming in after a Saturday night out. 257 for 6. Remember, 435 to win, but the new ball is imminent. Here is Head bowling, tossed up, driven out to extra cover for 4. That was a gift from Head, right in the slot. And Jamie Smith accepted that gift. Everyone knows what's coming. The batters know, the crowd know.
It's almost like the bowlers
know.
Bowlers have been waiting
They
for
have
it today.
all day,
It's been a strange old start to the 5th day. It's almost like, okay, well, the new ball's in 10 overs, so let's just get through till then.
Yeah. Right, changing the field now. So men over on the offside to give Travis Head some protection. It's 262 for 6. And the 2 Surrey men resisting. Here is Head bowling. It's 4, and it's lofted down the ground, and this is coming for 4. 1 bounce. Jamie Smith saying, well, the new ball's coming. Get some runs before it.
Four's off his last 3 balls. Smith the last ball of Labuschagne's over, and the 2 from Head.
Smith to 42, 266 for 6. New ball is 3 overs, 3 balls away, I should say. Here's Head bowling, and Smith blocks that on the front foot. Back to the bowler. Some cheers, I think, from the England supporters. They like to see some aggression, but they also like to see some circumspection as well. Not going after everything. The paper bag is blowing across the ground. I think it is going to be very windy this afternoon in the forecast. At the flag is blown across the pitch now, and Head goes in and bowls. It keeps a bit low. He gives himself some room, takes it off the stumps into the offside, and picks up a single. Smith to 43, and England to 267 for 6.
I don't know how nobody hasn't picked up those two pieces of paper that have.
Because they're still quite annoying out of the corner of your eye,
Yeah.
aren't they? Yeah, one's at mid-on. The other one's actually gone out towards mid-wicket now, but there's one fluttering around at mid-on behind the umpire. Head bowls. Jacks comes across his front pad there, flicking into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So here we go. That's the end of the first phase of this final day. We've had some rain as well. It's sunny now, and I think the forecast is set fair, albeit it's going to be blustery this afternoon. The lunch interval is still 45 minutes away. It's been delayed because of that rain this morning, and we'll get all the overs in as long as we don't have bad light at the end of the day's play. It actually gets dark here about sort of 8:30, doesn't it? So we've got some lights as well. So we're going to have all the overs, but look, we probably won't need them all. 267 for 6. It's going to go one way or the other in the next, 20 minutes or 3 hours, who knows.
Be interesting watching Mitchell Starc here, because he really struggled with the footholes yesterday. So he's already asked for the tamper to come on. And he was actually saying in one of his interviews, I think it was with the ABC or Triple M, he was saying he would love for groundsmen in Australia to start filling them in like they do at home in the UK. Because then he ended up having to change the way that he was bowling or the angle of his delivery yesterday because he was struggling with his foot in those footholes.
Well, he is going to bowl inevitably with the new ball from the Cathedral end. The Moreton Bay fig trees just rolling in the breeze at the far end of the ground behind him. The hill at the far end packed with England supporters. Decent crowd for this fifth day. Not absolutely full, not by any means. But anyone who's turned up today has got a bit more drama than they expected so far. 267 for 6. It's back to ramp up now, because here's the new ball with Mitchell Starc moving into bowl to Jamie Smith. The first ball is driven nicely, stopped at mid-off. It was a full delivery from Starc, crisply off-driven by Jamie Smith, picked up at mid-off. We'll just keep an eye and an ear out for any news on Nathan Lyon, and of course they might not need him, but normally on the final day, Lyon, Adelaide Oval.
Didn't look good hobbling off, did he?
It didn't look good, no. Wasn't quite as bad as the Lord's one.
No.
Where he tore his calf. Was out the series. But, I mean, it could be serious. I mean, 2 test matches to go. Here's Starc loping in. Past the umpire now. Bowls to Smith. Wide of off stump. Clattered away towards deep backward point. And Bo Webster is there, the sub-fielder, sends it in. And there's one more run to the total, 268 for 6. I mean, the one bonus here for England is that these two have batted for a while, so at least they're in when the new ball turns up, but it's still a hard task. You also feel the new ball in Australia, well, in most places really, is worth 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Possibly 2.
Yeah.
Especially if you get into the lower order. So Bryden Cast to come, Jofra Archer to come, and Josh Tongue for England. Jacks on 28. Let's start with 2 slips in the gully, moves into bowl to him. He's with him now, and Jacks gets a ball wide of off stump, and Jacks lets it go. And it's taken by wicketkeeper Alex Carey. Starc is in his 11th over. He hasn't had so much success in this game as he had in the previous 2 matches. He's done his damage really for the series. All those wickets in the first 2 games that propelled Australia to their 2-0 lead. No wicket for 36. Took 1 for 61, but he did get the vital wicket of Ben Stokes through the gate. I think that was with the new ball as well, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was a good delivery.
From memory. Back with Starc. Here he comes, menacingly in to bowl, and bowl's full, and it's defended by Jacks into the offside towards the mid-off. It's intercepted by Inglis before it gets there, and there is no run. 268 for 6, 81st over of this innings. England keeping Australia out there, making them work for the 4 wickets they need to win the match and win the Ashes. And that slight flame that we talked about at the start of the day is still just flickering, but it might get blown out by the breeze And the new ball this afternoon. Mitchell Starc moves in now to bowl to Jacks, and Jacks is beaten on the inside, driving at it just past the off stump, just past the inside edge. Starc getting the ball to move. Jacks surprised by it. Our first real threat with the new ball. That was so close, and a beautiful piece of bowling from Mitchell Starc.
Yeah, it cuts Jacks in half, that one, and good bit of bowling. Just comes back towards Will Jacks.
I think there was just a nod there from Jacks and a smile as to say, well, you know.
Well bowled.
Yeah, nothing much I can do with that.
Well bowled, an inch fuller I'd have been out, but it wasn't, so we go again.
It's lucky not to be either bowled or caught behind or played on, in actual fact. Final ball of the over. Starc bowls to Jacks, wide off stump. It does come back, but it started quite wide, and Jacks was able to leave it. So, the first over of the new ball negotiated. 268 for 6. I actually feel quite tense, and I don't know why, because it's 435. I think it's because there's a contest out there.
There's still a slight bit of hope, isn't there? I came in this morning, I was like, England get through the new ball. We were talking about it yesterday, can get it to 15 overs old, and then you never know. But it's because the new ball has taken wickets so often in this series that England have just got to get through this, get to lunch, restart again. But if there's a wicket in the next 10-15 minutes, you do feel like it's Australia's game. I mean, it still is Australia's game if we're going to be honest, but I think it's that bit of hope that's making us all nervous, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, it still says on our screen Australia requires 4 wickets to retain the Ashes. It does not say England need X to win. 167. Here's Cummins bowling, and it's defended by Smith on the back foot, square with the wicket on the offside. Inglis goes after it to pick up, and there is no run. Yeah, on the scoreboard at the ground it says 167 to win and 4 wickets, but on our TV monitor it says Australia require 4 wickets to win. It's almost as if it's impossible. There's no point putting up the England.
Now, I'd love to know what the England TV's got, because that's the Australian feed we've got. What's the England feed got? I'll go and have a nosy off my stint.
Cummins turns. 2 slips in the gully. Moves in now to bowl to Smith, and Smith's in behind that ball, playing cautiously with a skip on the back foot up towards mid-on. It's picked up by Boland, who'll have an impact as well. Or there's another card Australia have got to play in a short while. No run.
To put in context the scale of the task facing Jackson Smith, there were 241 required when they came together when Crawley was out, and in the entire history of Test cricket only twice has a team added more than 150 after the fall of its 6th wicket to win in a 4th innings chase, and they were both before the First World War.
Right.
Oh, so Andy Zaltzman.
No, I'm just giving it some context.
Yeah.
Stated facts.
Cummins bowls to Smith. Smith guides it away to cover. Inglis, who's a live wire in the field, goes to his left-hand side to pick up, and there's no run. You're absolutely right to do that, Zolz. It's a good stat.
Just, when they achieve it, stroke
it's very true.
Yeah.
It'll show what a remarkable chase it will have been.
I think if England chase this down, or when they chase this down and achieve it, I think all content that we've recorded previously should be deleted.
Yeah. A bit like when there's a revolution in the country and they delete all the files.
Yeah, get rid of everything that's been said previously.
268 for 6. Cummins bowls a man back now, and Smith gets a straight ball which he defends. It might have been in his head there that Cummins was going to bowl short with a man back, but it was pitched up, and Smith defended it. Smith's 44 not out is most convincing innings of the series so far. But basically, both these need to get hundreds, don't they, for England to have a chance, realistically, of winning the game. You'd feel. It's asking a lot of Carson Archer under pressure. Cummins bowls full, stroked away beautifully by Smith through extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary. The chase is on. The ball is hitting the rope. Fielder after it, Travis Head. He looked to be running backwards there after that ball. He's put a lot in during this game. We are into the 5th day. Kept him interested right to the last. So nicely played by Jamie Smith, who's showing the qualities that we know he has. Yeah. There's been a lot of talk about Jamie Smith saying, get rid of him. Or, it happens, doesn't it, after England have had some bad times of it, but he's a good player. Here's Cummins bowling to him, and he drives this down the ground in the air. That's his half century. It's coming up towards the long off boundary. It's not timed perfectly, but it goes for 4. And there's a half century for Jamie Smith. And we have seen the best of him this morning. Right at the last, just when England needed it. 50 runs for Jamie Smith. And England still going. 276 for 6. Smith 52 not out.
52 not out from 80 balls. That was his 5th 4 to go with 2 6s. It's his 9th 50 score in Test cricket, 2 of which he's converted into hundreds. He made a superb start to his career, reached 1,000 runs in 21 innings, equalling Quinton de Kock's record for the fastest 1,000 runs at the start of a wicket-keeper's Test career. Had scored just 101 in the 9 innings since then, so averaged 11 since that brilliant start. But a fine innings here, and the partnership is now 82 from 28.5 overs.
159 to win. But Mitchell Starc's got ball in hand. He has been England's nemesis in the series. Here he goes. Into bowl to Jacks, and Jacks turns that away into the onside up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And you look at that, every player in the history of the game just about has had a difficult period in their career.
Of course.
Because it's tough at this level, top level international sport. Anyone who saw the way Jamie Smith played at Edgbaston last summer against India, where he made 184 and 89 from memory, something like that.
I think what impresses me about Jamie Smith, obviously one being so young, but 2 his ability to go through the gears and his ability to pick up length, and the way that he can. Like these young lads, they're flicking between formats within days of each other.
Starc bowls to Jacks, and Jacks hits away into the leg side. It's going out towards Boland at fine leg. And they've gone for 1, they've settled for 1. Didn't get hold of that. Jacks, he looks like he's trying to hit it for 6 actually. Yeah, he just played the shot there. I think he was lifting that for 6. That was in his mind. Thought the ball was there to go. And there aren't that many fielders on the leg side with Starc bowling with the new ball. There's just Boland down there at fine leg. So you might feel you'd be a bit unlucky if you picked him out. 2 batters have a quick chat in mid-pitch though. 2 Surrey players. Surrey against Australia at the moment. 277 for 6.
Wait till Norcross comes on air as well. Oh, it'll just be all Surrey.
These 2 came together at 194 for 6. Starc moves in now to bowl to Jamie Smith. And Smith is clipping that away for 4. Through square leg. Magnificent stroke. Shot real authority. And Will Jacks leans across the pitch to punch gloves with him as Smith walks back to take strike. He's on to 56, 281 for 6.
Yeah, going down the leg side there from Mitchell Starc. So Smith just leaning on the ball into the leg side. Just a little bit too full as well from Mitchell Starc. One thing he's done so well in this series is that wobble ball going across the batter at a lovely probing length.
Is this the danger time for Smith when he's just loosened up a bit and played a few shots? Here's Starc going into bowl to him. He drives through the offside. More runs from here. That might go for 4. Fielder after it. Out towards the deep extra cover boundary. No, that's gone for 4 as well. And that was a high-class stroke. Through extra cover. Smith moves to 60. And England to 285 for 6.
He's making you nervous now, though, isn't he? Is that wobble ball going across the batter at a lovely probing length.
Is this the danger time for Smith when he's just loosened up a bit and played a few shots? Here's Starc going into bowl to him. He drives through the offside. More runs from here. That might go for 4. Fielder after it. Out towards the deep extra cover boundary. No, that's gone for 4 as well. And that was a high-class stroke. Through extra cover. Smith moves to 60. And England to 285 for 6.
He's making you nervous now, though, isn't he?
Well, it's thrilling cricket, this.
Saying, don't get giddy, little one.
4 fours off his last 4 balls and 30 runs from his last 15.
Are you talking to me or to Jamie Smith?
Jamie Smith, but at you.
Stark tries again. And bowls to Smith, and Smith hammers this away into the leg side. Is he going to be caught mid-on? He is. Catch is taken. Well, there we go, just loosened up a bit. And Smith lofted it into the onside. And England have lost their 7th wicket. Ultimately, a disappointing exit. Relief for Australia. Smith goes for 60. And the new ball has worked. Mitchell Stark has worked. He was taking it from outside the off stump, and he did not get enough of it, and it was caught at mid-on. And with Jamie Smith, you feel, go England's last remaining hopes.
It's exactly what we knew was going to happen. You called it, Simon. Do we then start to get nervous when he loosens up a little bit? We just said calm down. It's frustrating that, because he was looking so good out there, was Jamie Smith, showing all of his talent, showing that he can go through the passages of play, can go through the gears, but when he gets into that 5th gear, it's almost like he wants to go again, he wants to play too many shots. It's the new ball against Mitchell Stark. You've gifted him a wicket. And as you say, Simon, you almost feel like that's it for England now.
There's Pat Cummins with the catch. And Bryden Carse is out there, and Carse in at number 9. What we've seen in this series so far, there's a reasonable case for Archer to move up to number 9. But Carse can play, we know that, but he hasn't been particularly convincing in this series. Just found it a bit difficult down the order. So now this is a real opportunity for Australia. It's 150 to win. There's 3 wickets in hand for England. Immediately Cummins is sending a man back on the deep square leg boundary. 285 for 7. Here's Stark. Goes in now to bowl to Carse. Carse plays a nervous jab at that one outside the off stump. Goes past the edge, it's through to the keeper. It's taken by Alex Carey. Well, I wonder if that is the decisive over on this final day of the Test match. Jamie Smith out for 60, just as he was beginning to climb into that new ball, but it was fraught with danger.
No, get me off before I lose my rag, Simon.
I'll give you the figures for Jamie Smith's innings: 60 from 83 balls, 2 sixes and 7 fours. 4 of them off the last 4 balls he faced before he was dismissed by Stark. That's Stark's 20th wicket of the series. The partnership was 91 in 29.2 overs.
Yeah, well, he played so well until...
Yeah, well, nice to see. Nice to see. That'll do him a lot of good moving forward, I think.
Hello, Tuffers.
Hello.
There's Cummins into bowl to Jacks, and Jacks is in behind that, playing back to the bowler. And there is no run. We're going to have a double change. Tuffers is here, and Jonathan Atkin is coming in as well.
Yeah, nice. That'll be a good confidence builder for Jamie Smith. So, with all the talent in the world, and finally got a little bit out of it and showed it here at Adelaide.
Yeah, it's a shame he got out like that, though, isn't it? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
He played very well up to then. And there's a bit of a hoik across the line. So 3 wickets for Australia to win the match. And then goes Cummins and bowls wide outside the off stump. And that's left alone. So the crowd expectant, certainly the Australian, which is a good number here again. It's probably the smallest crowd of the match, but that kind of makes sense. But the sun out, there's a bit of high cloud around now. And Australia closing in, and winning the Ashes within only 11 days.
What was Nasser and Nathers' sort of...
Well, I think the recent worst was 10, wasn't it? I mean, you have to go back to the 1920s. There's a quicker one. In goes Cummins over the wicket, moves in and bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side by Jacks. They'll want 2 if they can, and the arrow-like return comes in and misses the stumps, and Carey actually, unusually, doesn't take it cleanly.
Fumbles.
But it had Jacks there sprinting desperately for his ground.
Yeah, tight.
287 for 7.
It's been a good effort this morning, I think, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could have all sort of fallen in a heap, couldn't it? You know, but they've given their Barmies something to cheer about.
Yeah.
Smith's getting some confidence moving on to Melbourne.
True. Yeah, that was an important thing about this one, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Jacks waits, Cummins runs in, bowls to him, and he's up on his toes. They get a single, playing the ball into a big gap there in the leg side. So cast down on strike, and there's 2 balls to go in this over. Australia's captain marches back to his mark, looking very purposeful here. He said at the start of the game he'd like to get it all cleared up here. He said to win the Ashes, get it done. England, well, they've got some soul searching to do. There definitely have been improvements in this game. You know, be honest about that. But they've still fallen a long way short, appear to be anyway. So they've got things to think about in Melbourne. They just played better cricket here. They played more common sense cricket. It hasn't been good enough. But they have played better.
Yeah, and those real damaging periods that were in the first 2 tests, you know, like 3 wickets in the space of 2 overs, you know. Obsession of bad bowling and someone smashing 100. They're so hard to come back from.
Cars waits as Cummins runs in, bowls to him, and he's up on his toes, fending the ball away down into gully. He's got a short leg there, and 2 out in the deep on the boundary to our right there on the leg side boundary. Cummins takes the ball from Inglis, who's fielding at mid-off.
I'm still very intrigued. You see, okay, look, like England might be on the way to a loss here and a loss of the Ashes, but I'm intrigued to see it sort of develop in Melbourne and Sydney.
Absolutely.
You know, come on, let's try and nick a couple there.
Yep. Cummins runs up, bowls, and he's fended that away into the leg side. The ball won't carry to either of the fielders there waiting, but there's a bit of an awkward, jerky sort of a shot there from Bryden Carse. He takes a run, and it's 289 now for 7. Jacks has 32. Carse has 1. Well, they've got to look at winning both those games, haven't they? I mean, Australia's very proud of the fact they haven't lost a game to England for so long.
Yeah. And with a little bit of luck, we might have been in business here.
Which piece of luck was that?
Well, the drop catch, 99, Brooks.
Well, no, before that, Khawaja on 6.
Khawaja on 6.
Yeah.
So went on to get 70.
Yeah.
Trevor's Head, hard chance.
Yeah.
But on 99 went on to get 170. Snicko.
Yes.
Carey.
Yeah.
What was that? Another 40 or 50?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you just...
That's true. I mean, the drop catch is kind of your own fault,
I know,
aren't they?
but I'm trying to.
I know.
They've caught everything.
Stark's on his way. Carse has his bat raised, and he waits now and plays a... Well, that's an extraordinary shot. I'd call that a running drive.
Yes.
Yes, it wasn't quite coming down the pitch to play a hostile shot. It was actually... He ran at the ball while playing a shot at the same time. Never quite seen that.
No.
I don't think Jack says either, because he's come down for a word with him and said, I think he might have said, what was that?
Yes.
It was a cover drive, but on the run.
Yes, and on the up, which hasn't particularly done any English batsmen any favours.
No, it was an ambitious stroke.
Yes.
And slightly unorthodox. Sun behind some cloud. Stark starts that smooth approach once again. Here he comes, left arm over and bowls, and that's better. Getting on the front foot there and playing out to Inglis, who's now at cover point. And there is no run. Sun shining on the hill down at the far end, hasn't reached us yet as the cloud blows overhead.
Can I just give a quick shout out to Carol and Craig?
If you must.
Yes, lovely. On a road
it's not a request show, this, you know.
No, I know, but it's just on a road trip coming down to Melbourne for the Test match.
Where from?
Just down the road from me.
Oh, I see.
Smithy Lane.
Oh, and they're driving down?
Yeah, no, well, they're not driving from Smithy Lane.
Oh, right. Quite a long way. Here's Stark. Sun coming out and again now is the other swipe outside the off stump there from Carse. Makes contact only with fresh air. Right.
Yes. Tadworth Cricket Club.
Is that your local?
Just down the road, yeah. So,
excellent. Well, travel safely.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully catch up with them.
Mark's not quite made.
Oh, isn't he? How's he doing? Is he still
thrashing along?
It's
He can't have much further to go.
Sure. Left about 5 this morning.
A couple of hours. I think he's got a few more storms to negotiate as well.
Bit bumpy.
Yeah, I think so.
Bit lumpy.
With his mate who he's never met before.
Oh, that's right. I bet he's having a... What the hell? He
I
must
think
be
he might have
thinking.
regretted it by now. Stark moves in, he bowls to Cast. Oh, there's a nasty one, comes cutting back at him. Big appeal for leg before wicket. They're going for a leg by there in the mayhem. And they should get 2, actually. That's a nasty one for the fast bowler to get there. That's rattling the inside thigh, I think. And well, actually, they're reviewing it.
Yeah,
It never matters how much padding you put in that inner thigh. The ball always seems to somehow get in
We
there.
have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. The dispute deliveries, let's go to front time when available.
Stark's just asked the umpire, what's that for? And I think the ump said high, to which Mitch Stark went, high?
Well, it did the right things. It cut back, and Cast does back quite low, doesn't he? It seemed to rattle into his thigh.
Slowly. Okay, there's clearly no bet. You can go to ball tracking available.
All piece comes out the pitch.
Yeah. And
Original decision's not out.
Flap of
Pitching
the
in line,
pad.
impacts in line, wickets missing.
Going over the top.
Back on screen, you can stay with your original decision of not out.
Umpire was right. But he does crouch a bit, doesn't he? He's quite slightly misleading there, but that's just going over the bails, over the middle stump.
They haven't had a bad game, actually, the umps amid all this.
They've done all right.
Amongst all this snicko.
There's been a lot going on.
Yeah, there has. Decent decision, that, because for all money, it looked perfect, didn't it? You know, swung back in, trapped sort of just pushing forward, just that bit high.
So see, did it go into the inner thigh after? I think it... Oh no, just flat the ball.
Massive piece have come out there when it pitched that ball.
Yeah, it's very dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Australia have lost another review there. They've only got 1 left. Then comes Stark, bowls, and that's a nice shot from Cast. He's stroked that through extra cover, almost to the disbelief of the Barmy Army. There was a sort of a late roar there, as if they couldn't quite believe their eyes. And then they enjoyed it.
Yes, well, they've packed the hill out again, haven't they?
But there was that moment, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Really? I think a big cheer. Yes, Cast on the front foot. Drives Stark for 4 through extra cover. That's almost worth another little note in Andy's scoring system, I think.
Just tried to run that one across. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot.
Yeah.
Bit of a gap between pad and pad, though.
Stark again moves in bowls, and he's done it again. He hasn't quite timed this. Another howl breaks out from the hill, but that should be cut off by a head. It is, just in front of all the revellers down there. That's a nice shot from Cast. Positive play.
Good feet.
297 for 7.
Good footwork.
Yeah.
You know, really get out to that ball. I think that's where England have come unstuck a bit with this bounce, you know. They've sort of wafted with no foot movement. Get right to the pitch of the ball. If you're going to drive, really get to your head, you know, your head and your body, and open your legs. Really get to it.
One of the frustrations for England in this series is the number of sort of starts to innings that have not been converted into something more substantial. Saw Smith get out for 60 there, Brook 30, Root 39, Crawley 85. Look at the number of times each side's reached 30. It's about the same proportion of innings, around about 30%. England, on average, though, have added just another 28 runs. Australia, another 46 runs.
Now Cummins in the sunshine, bowls outside the off stump. There's some lift from quite a full length really, and Jacks took everything out of the way. Suddenly was snatching his bat and gloves out of the way.
Just 100 for England, that was Roots in Brisbane, 3 for Australia. But this is something that we've seen in previous Ashes. Harry Brook has now 10 30-plus scores out of his 15 innings against Australia, but only 2 scores over 65. Between them, Crawley, Duckett, Pope and Brook have reached 30 times against Australia, just 100 between them. Joe Root has 5 Ashes hundreds out of 28 30-plus scores.
Cummins past the umpire, runs in and bowls to Jacks, who steals a single there, pushing square into the offside. Inglis will go and chase the ball. That brings Cast down on strike again.
And if you compare that with his stats against other teams, he's converted 35 of 94 30s into centuries against other opposition than Australia. And Crawley, Duckett, Pope and Brook between them have said 1 out of 30 30 plus scores turn into Ashes hundreds. Against other countries, 29 out of 107. So I think what that shows is how when England plays Australia, there's a couple of factors that don't apply with a lot of their other opposition. One is the pressure of the Ashes, and two is the depth of the Australian bowling attack, which means there's just constant pressure.
There's no let up, is there?
No.
Short leg crouching there now. Cummins bowls. Carse looks a bit startled there. That climbed. Took the bottom hand off the bat handle quite quickly as the ball reared up towards him, but picks up one.
And they've caught magnificently as well. But you just get the feeling that perhaps if Ben Duckett was dropped on 10, would he go on and make 160? It's because of that relentlessness. There will be another one round the corner.
Yeah.
They've caught so well.
Real fighters.
Yeah.
No, it's always.
Yeah.
Two slips of gully. Cummins runs up, bowls bouncer down the leg side, which is gathered by Carey as Jacks just watches it go flying past. There's two out for the hook shot.
I don't think they've dropped a catch, have they? Have they dropped a catch? Australia in 3 test matches?
Well, missed one half chance in this game off Jacks. Head at short leg.
Well, okay, yeah. But they gobble it up in the slips, don't they? Oh, do they ever?
Cummins. Jacks waits for him. Oh, gets a good one there.
Beauty.
Pushing outside the offside. That's typical Cummins. He draws batsmen who are well set into playing that line, which you look at the replay and think, why has he played at that? Well, he's gone a bit wider in the crease, he's pushed the ball in towards the batsman, and it just holds its own.
It does.
It's a route dismissal, isn't it? It's the same sort of thing.
He's got his number a bit, hasn't he?
Like just managed to move away enough.
And a really good sort of like heavy pace without being without being like 90 plus or something. It's just a really good heavy.
Good 86, isn't it?
Yeah, really good heavy pace.
In he goes again, bowls short, and Jack swings that away. Ball runs away fast. He's going to go for 4. That's gone very fine. And Stark's having to go and fetch that. 300 comes up.
Oh,
that's at least a milestone.
Yeah.
They've lost 7 wickets, only 1 today. That was Jamie Smith out for 60. It's another boundary here to Will Jack, so at least he's impressing with the bat. They came off a top edge, to be fair.
Yeah, he's done well. He did well at Brisbane as well, didn't he?
Note here, Nathan Lyon has left the ground in a vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't say what the vehicle is.
Skateboard? No, that's not a vehicle.
I don't know. It could be a pogo stick. That's not really a vehicle.
Pogo stick.
Not really a vehicle either, is it?
Not with the bad hammy.
Anyway, he's left the ground in a vehicle.
Yeah.
Is the official line.
Yeah. Just on the drop catches, there's only really been one drop catch that should have been taken. That was Khawaja at slip from Jamie Smith on naught in the second innings of the first test. Other than that, a couple of sort of half-quarter chances.
That's right. There's a lot of muttering about Khawaja at that stage, wasn't there?
Yeah.
In comes Stark, bowls outside the off stump, and that's nicely put away by Bryden Carse again. His offside play, I must say, startling. He's got another boundary there off the back foot this time.
Really good.
Yeah. It's thumped into the middle of the bat. The fielder couldn't get there, and now Khawaja is coming out of slip and going down to a square third man. So we're reinforcing that offside boundary, if you like. So there's only 1 slip and green covering that gully stroke 4th slip area. Carse looks for Stark. Oh no, he's abandoned that one. He was halfway through his run and then has gone back to try again.
He's been struggling with those footholds a bit, hasn't he?
He has.
I don't quite know, because we get them filled in, don't we, in England?
Well, the whole thing sort of changed, isn't it? And that they used to get filled in overnight if you were lucky.
Yeah.
And that was it. And they all used to fall apart again after about 3 or 4 balls the next day. What's happening? Here, Stark's had another go and then abandoned. This time he got a bit further.
Yeah, lost his run.
He's got the yips.
Got strong wind. Can that affect you as a fast bowler? Will that affect you?
It could be that. It could be a bit of a bluster.
Yeah. Knocks you off your balance a bit.
Yeah. Is it just tugging at the flags a bit? If you're looking at the flags on top of the scoreboard there, they're really going now. See what happens here. Trees are rocking a bit behind the sight screen.
The Moreton Bay figs.
Lovely, aren't they? Here's Stark. He bowls this time, and Carse solidly on the front foot. Plays it out to extra cover, much to the approval of the England supporters. 307 for 7. So there are 128 more runs needed by England. They've got these 3 wickets left. They've got the man informed coming next.
Oh, Jofra.
Yeah.
Steady.
Well.
Oh, I know. That's why I keep talking about drop catches and Carey snicks. You think to yourself, well, and perhaps playing the spinner or something. You could have easily taken off 100 runs there.
Yep. Stark cruises in and bowls, and that's well left by Carse. Legitimate shouldering arms there.
That's one of my thinking about my batting over the years and what have you. Probably one of my best shots. Well, there's 2 best shots. I hit Chris Cairns' slower ball over extra cover for 1 bounce 4, but I played an immaculate lead.
Did you? When was that?
It's Kensington Oval off of Courtney Walsh. It felt good. You know,
where were you actually?
I really got out there and sort of arms up.
But where were you standing at the time?
No. Whistled past my chest. You know, I'm slightly leg side, but left it on length. Just good. Like that shot there. Well, just reminded me of it.
You don't forget moments like that. Stark again comes in and bowls, and he launches into this. The ball runs away to that new Khwaja position at square third man.
Oh,
take a single.
Just remembered another one actually as well.
2 leaves?
No. Shane Warne over mid-off at the Oval. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, just enjoying myself here, really.
I can imagine what Warney might have said to you.
No. Well, Gilly went no, Shane. No, Shane, that was a good shot, mate.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Praise from Adam Gilchrist.
Yeah, it was nice.
Nathan Lyon has suffered a hamstring injury and will take no further part in this match. That's the message we're now getting from Australian camp. If you've got a hamstring injury, you won't be taking part in the next match either.
No.
If it's a proper one. Here's Stark, bowls, swipe outside the off stump.
Straight.
Miss. What was it that he did at Lord's? That was a hamstring, wasn't it?
It's calf.
Was it calf? Yeah, calf.
Saw him hobbling down the steps, didn't we? And he came out the bat.
That's right, it was a calf.
Yeah. Got through that game away.
Certainly did.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? We've thrown a few away, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely. And then the warning bells have gone, and as far as this business about in hindsight, a lot of what's been said has not been said in hindsight at all. No. It's been said in foresight.
Yeah. That was the sort of start of it a little bit, that Lord's thing.
Stark runs in, bowls to Carse. He turns that away in the leg side. I heard a hard sound, but the Aussies there, an appeal. Here comes our chap with his tamping machine. It's basically a pole of scaffolding and a thing on the end, a flat thing on the end. So,
welded.
Yeah. So he's going to go and thrash away at the footmarks for a moment. We've got 10 minutes to go until lunch, which has been delayed because of that rain break. So Tuffers, thoughts from you, and then up to the break, it'll be done.
Yeah, better from England. It's better from England today and yesterday, really. They were going along quite nicely, and then those 3 wickets sort of ripped the heart out of that middle order from Nathan Lyon, who's gone off now. And he's tweaked a hammy.
A little bit like at Lord's, the moment Nathan Lyon goes off, an England player scoops the ball high in the air and gets out.
That was that was sort of the start of the frustrating side of this England side.
That Lord's Day in 2023 when they really got on top of Australia.
180 for 1.
Yes. And then Nathan Lyon limps off, at which point 3 people hole out in the deep. It's a bit like the 3, it's equivalent to the 3 driving on the up, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit.
Yeah. They like to do it in 3s. But anyway, let's not be downcast.
No,
they're showing some ticker here.
Absolutely, and I'm
delighted.
Delighted for Jamie Smith as well. So that'll just because he's had a bit of he's had a bit of a rough old time with the gloves and with the bat, and so that'll just,
G him up, buoy him.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a few pats on the back, don't you? Oh, well played, mate. Well done, unlucky, and what have you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it keeps you going.
Now then, we've got to change the bowling. Pat Cummins is out of the attacks. Scott Boland is now
just flipping it around on a length outside off stump.
With a new ball.
Yeah.
Never missing his line and length.
Taking little pieces out of it now as well.
Carey's not standing up though at the moment. And so in comes Boland and he beats the bat of Cars, who has batted very curiously in these innings. He's had a couple of lovely shots, but I don't think he trusts his defensive technique, Tuffers.
Well, at least he's really trying to get forward. You know,
Yeah,
he
he did,
really
yeah.
is trying to get forward and not get trapped on the crease. Dry pitches, Australian bowlers, they force you back a little bit, and then one darts back and keeps a bit low, and it's through in a flash.
He's a bit crouchy as well. He's got a bit of the old Bo Webster disease.
Crouches.
Yeah, he gets
What,
very low.
centre forward for Liverpool. It's a bit crouchy.
Bit crouchy.
Need a crouch.
Boland in once again, and Cars lets this go nicely through to the keeper.
Lovely.
No run.
Lovely.
So just reminders of fans of lunch.
Yes.
If 2 wickets fall between now and 12:30 local time, or 2 o'clock,
Yes.
then they'll keep going for another half hour until that final wicket goes.
Well, I don't want my sirloin
That might
to go
jeopardise your
cold.
lunch.
I don't want it to go cold.
Well, I think it'll just go.
Yeah.
I don't think
Like
it'll
a
go
locust.
more than cold. It'll just disappear. Just vanish. Puff of smoke. Here's Boland. 2 widely spaced slips. Boland bowls and forward comes Cars and defends off the middle of the bat. There's no run. I had a question for Andy and I've completely forgotten it.
Go on.
Can't remember
Track
it.
back.
Yeah.
It's obviously a stat-based question, or is it sort
Well,
of
I
like...
imagine
You
this
know,
is
do
how to
you like my jacket or
How to
something?
make the best Christmas gravy. I made
Oh, I've
absolute
seen that.
stonker last year.
Oh, did you? What? Giblets?
Yeah.
All of that?
Yeah, I used the lot. Yeah.
Anchovies in there and all that.
That sort of thing, yeah. Brandy.
Oh!
Hello. Boland into Cars from the river end. Cars comes forward and defends out the middle of the bat. To joy from the Barmy Army. Consternation from the Australian crowd here.
Well, we're having a little pop in, pop out Christmas Eve.
So I've heard, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Please come along. Please come
Well,
along.
I'm going to be administering to the Barmies in the evening at
Oh, okay.
6:30. But if there's anything popping and outable before that,
Yeah. Or
and then Christmas
perhaps
Day.
Perhaps afterwards.
Christmas Day, I've got a full-on 1,500
Oh, have you?
sit down for turkey dinner. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Where's that?
In Melbourne somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where they find
a
it.
convention
It
centre.
looks like it. Yeah.
1,500.
Yes, I'll show you the picture of the suit that they've got me to host it in.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Yes. I'll show you. Here's Boland. This is
Oh,
Trevor.
shot. Unlucky.
Back to the bowler, and there is no run.
They've made you a suit. Bespoke.
Yes.
Bespoke.
Well, I think it's an off-the-peg Christmas number.
Oh, okay.
You can imagine, quite red.
Yeah. Oh dear.
With bits of green in it.
Yeah.
Mercifully, I'm red-green colourblind, so I won't be able to see the detail.
Oh right. Well, that's all right.
Yes. And a tie.
So, what colour? When you played cricket, what colour was the ball coming down at you?
We
then?
just missed it a lot of the time. It was okay from the sight screen, but when it went along the grass, it was like, ooh, I'm not quite sure where it is. You sort of went with vibes, really. It's much like this team. Boland in, outside the off stump, left alone. Another over ticks by. 5 minutes to go until the lunch break. If you are just joining us, wondering why we're not at lunch already, with England 308 for 7, needing, I think, a notional 127 to win. Australia need 3 wickets to retain the Ashes. But Jax is still there on 37, Cars 13. If you are just joining us, you just come in. Yeah, it's not the lunch break, it will be the lunch break. We had a little smattering of rain earlier, but kept the players off for about 40 minutes, gave us the opportunity to have a lovely chat about Christmases past in the cricketing world. Pat Cummins has changed ends here. It's quite radical.
Yeah. Well,
So
you see,
Mitchell
that's what
starts
happens
out
when
the
you get stuck in. You get stuck in, all of a sudden you have to start coming up with other plans, don't you? You know,
Yeah.
I might have to go the other end. Oh,
Keep them out there.
Yes, we get Travis Head on the bowl, and you know, just made it a little bit too easy, haven't we? In clusters, just to keep plan A, just plan A.
I've got the question. It's actually 2 questions for Andy. If this isn't a wicket, I'll ask him them. Here comes Cummins. From the cathedral end, Jax is in and he gets struck thump in the midriff. Ball goes out to the offside. There's no run. So 2 questions. In this horrific run of 17 winless matches, what is the lowest number of runs when England have lost by? Is it at Adelaide and is it 2017? That's a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think that was. Well, look at this in between tests. So of the 15 defeats in 17, the lowest defeat when Australia has chased a target has been 8 wickets.
Cummins rocks and rolls and is in, advancing his Jacks, and he goes for a little flick at the onside suddenly and misses it through to the keeper. Think of our lunch, Will.
Yes. He's just hopped he's just had a couple of little baby steps over to the offside and tried to whip him through mid-wicket from a ball of good length outside off stump. Interesting.
Well, yeah, then he's gone for a little wander. So, yeah, that's part one of my question. And part two of my question is, how many times under Bazball have England made it to a second new ball in both innings? Oh, he likes that question. He gave me an eyebrow raise.
Did he?
Yeah, he
did.
Very
clever, very well done. Yeah, he likes it.
Cummins. Plays and misses in the channel. Does Jacks to the keeper? No run. I've got a genuine nod of approval.
Yes, yeah.
So to take the first question first. So of these 15 defeats, 3 have been by an innings. There have been 5 lost by wickets. So when Australia's chased down the total, 3 by 8 wickets, 1 by 9 wickets, 1 by 10 wickets, and the remaining games all lost by runs. 120 run defeat in Adelaide in 2017 is the narrowest. All the others are 146, the second narrowest in Hobart.
Well, at the moment, as Cummins is in, Jacks lets this go by through to the keeper, and there is no run. Currently, if England were to lose 3 wickets in a row, like dum-dum-dum, they'd lose by 127. So it'd only be the second. It'd be the second best loss by runs.
Like that.
If they could get another 8 runs, it'll be the best loss by runs in this streak. And I think that counts as progress.
I think absolutely.
And then if you think about the Snicko issue with Carey,
said this.
Drop catch here.
Said this.
Is there much between the teams after all?
Yeah. Is that a moral victory?
No. Cummins. Ian, this is tapped away for a single. They might even run 2. Jacks says no. So you just take the 1 run. Jacks moves to 38. 309 for 7.
How many balls he
126 to win. There's 1 more ball in this over.
Jacks 114 balls for his 38.
And I'll tell you other good news. If Cars survives this ball, you'll get your lunch. Because if a wicket fell in the next over, they'd troop off.
Oh, yeah, excellent.
Things are looking up, aren't they? Things are looking up. Cummins in. Last ball of the over. Cars lets it go by through to the keeper. There is no run. Tough as his lunch is secure. We've got 1 more over to go until that lunch break. It's 309 for 7. Jacks has 38. Cars has 13. There is rejoicing. Rejoicing, I tell you. So, there are crumbs of comfort. I know it may sound like I'm being a bit flippant, but I don't mean to be, because actually, they have twice made it to a second new ball, which isn't very often a Bazball-y thing. Have you got it? It's happened 3 times.
3 times against West Indies at Nottingham in the 2024 summer.
Yeah.
And against India at Leeds last summer.
Yep. Boland starts the last over before lunch. Slip and gully in place. Steady. Jacks on strike. Lets it go through the keeper outside the off stump. Quite wide of the off stump.
They've been good, the Barmies. There they are. Under that lovely scoreboard.
Lovely scoreboard.
Still.
More playthings.
Yeah.
There you see.
5 days.
All sorts of good things.
Standing on that hill. Good on them.
What's the third one?
This one.
Oh, this one. So this is the 3rd time.
In 44 tests since Stokes and McCullum took over.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's a good reverse sort of thinking.
Boland into Jacks, lets it go again, swung tighter to the off stump. Good diving take by Carey. Said that many times. He's been brilliant with the gloves. There's no run. There they go. Well, I mean, they got more of a game perhaps than they thought they were going to get at various points.
Absolutely.
When England were 168 for 8, that was the nadir, wasn't it? When they were 203 behind in this game. To have clawed their way back to here, to be 126 behind, you could almost argue that they've sort of won that part of the match. got to try and get the first part of the game going a bit better as Boland is in. Nice languid drive by Jackson. The front foot pushes the ball to mid-off, but there'll be no run. 3 balls to go till lunch, and that's a wicket falls.
Well, I suppose we can go. It's probably going to be that the Ashes have gone and everything, but I think we can sort of go down with a bit more optimism, can't we?
To Melbourne and Sydney, yes. And there are World Test Championship points at stake.
Yes.
There's more to it. And there's also, in 4 years' time,
yes,
nobody wants to be talking about a stat that says it's been 20 matches since England have lost won a game.
Spot on.
Boland in, and Jacks push drives again into the offside, not the onside. Goes good to come into mid on, no run.
Good motivational speaking.
Thank you. Shall I get in that dressing room?
Well done, lads. This is the best worst loss.
Yeah, it's the best loss by runs since when?
Excuse me.
That's all right. Because before that, 2006-07 won't have been pretty either, I wouldn't have thought. This could be the narrowest defeat by runs for literally decades. What a time to be alive.
Carey up to the stump.
Yeah, Carey up. 2 balls to go till lunch. England will have survived till lunch, whatever happens. And not everybody thought that was going to happen. And they've had nearly 10 overs of the second new ball, so it hasn't just been against the old ball that we've seen resistance.
Had to cancel the lunch plans at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
Boland in. Jacks defends up to mid-off the front foot, and there is no run.
Don't mind that though. It's been good stuff from England.
It has. We've seen a nice,
skillful, wise,
wise,
learned.
Yeah. Well, and also 102 runs in this session.
Yeah.
They're not, they've got a decent lick as well.
Few things might be sinking in.
They might be. Now they've had the practice games, you can get on with the business of the Ashes. So Scott Boland in, last ball before lunch, into Jacks. And Jacks defends the ball that keeps a trifle low, but he has survived through the session. He will go to lunch on 38, Cars at the other end on 13. England have added 102 runs to their overnight 207 for 6 for the loss of just Jamie Smith, who played some flamboyant and iridescent shots today, but eventually succumbed, going hard at Mitchell Stark on a shortish ball, pulled it up in the air, and Pat Cummins took the catch at mid-wicket. It was a bit deflating, but Bryden Cars came out. Looked defensively frail, to say the least, but it has whacked a couple of 4s and started to show a bit more of a technique. And at the other end, Will Jacks, I wouldn't say he's been untroubled, but he's batted really, really well to get through that session and be unbeaten on 38. The wicket takers start that partnership, 7th wicket, 91. England 309 for 7. Still need an unlikely 126, but they're still there.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what that session was about. Almost, sorry, Skip. Sorry, coach. Sorry. We've sort of let you down a bit there.
Well, it's Will Jacks again, isn't it? Because he did it at Brisbane.
Yeah.
When in a futile cause then, when they were behind the game, and he and Stokes batted for 3 hours. But Jacks sort of batted quite a lot of balls now in the 2 games that he's played, and he's shown how to do it.
Yeah, good session for England. As you say, we're looking for some crumbs, aren't we? But we can take that, and we can take that and go and have a bit of lunch. Well done.
Couldn't agree with you more. So the Ashes is not yet over. We've been saying this for quite a while. It's been one of those games, isn't it? One of those games where we sort of knew the destiny of it halfway through the second day, really. But the nature of Test cricket is that they force you to play it all out over the 5 days. But England have made it go this far. And how many overs did they face in the first innings, Andy?
In the first innings, they faced 87.2 overs, so this is now the longest innings of the series for England batting. Will Jacks in that session scored 27 runs off 89 balls. Obviously safe for the second game in a row, showing defensive resolution for a player who scored a century in a T10 game.
And when you think how he was out in the first innings, he was very, very unlucky. Actually, that inside edge onto the pad and getting caught back pad off a fast medium bowler doesn't happen. It's only because Carey's such a brilliant keeper. He's up there. So, I think it's bowling we have had a go at. with good cause, but his batting has shown commendable skill.
It's overcast at the Adelaide Oval. It's a coolish day. Spectators just contemplating what might happen in this afternoon session. Not everyone back to their seat yet, and indeed the umpires are not out yet, despite the fact that we've got just a few minutes to go until the start of the afternoon session. They did go off a little bit late, so just a reminder, 309 for 7 England, 1 wicket going down in that morning session. 100 runs scored, just over 100 runs. And I suppose if England were to have a similar session this afternoon, then it would get a bit tight. Glenn McGrath is alongside me, but cricketing logic says that there's going to be a mistake or two, or a good ball or two, somewhere between now and the next couple of hours, or sometime between now and the tea interval.
Yeah, g'day Simon, g'day everyone. Yeah, it's interesting that England showing some fight there. It looks a pretty good pitch out there. Australia have lost Nathan Lyon, which is a bit of a blow. Not sure how bad it is, but when he went off, he looked pretty ordinary.
We're hearing a hamstring injury, and he's out of this game. And a hamstring injury, normally means a few weeks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Minimum. So you'd think he'd be out of the series from here.
If it is, then he'll be done. So but no, England got nothing to lose. They went out, they played their shots. You look at that last one from Smith when he got out. He just hit 2 really good boundaries. You got to keep hanging in there. You still got to believe. It's the hope that keeps you alive.
Keeps you alive. What would they be thinking in the Australia dressing room at the moment? Would there be just a sort of slight, not flicker of fear, but just a slight bit of apprehension? Do you think?
They would have, thought come out and the pitch is taking turn and up and down, and hopefully sort of would have. Finish this game off before lunch, but the fact that England were good enough to take it past, they'll just say, look, they still need 126 runs.
It's 335
they need, don't
they? So 126.
126, and Australia will be saying, if we bowl well, we'll create at least 3 chances. So we just have to hang in there, not get carried away, not go searching for things. We saw the amount of play and misses with the new ball already. It always amazes me, and it always has with cricket. Batsmen go out, hit them they hit three balls in the middle, and they play and miss 3 balls. And you think, how can that be? But that's the beauty of Test cricket. So, the Australians look dangerous there. Pat Cummins, Scotty Boland just bowled such great areas. Mitchell Starc, there was a little bit of movement. So, but Carse and Jacks looked pretty solid as well. So. The Barmy Army up on the hill there, they were sort of pretty vocal and looked like they were enjoying themselves. So you just never know, and that's what I love about Test cricket.
Yeah, if it gets to 45 to win, then then we really are in for something special. But there's still a bit of a way to go before we get to that. Yeah, the players are out there loosening up. Just before the start of the afternoon session, Scott Boland just their bolder delivery there. Pat Cummins has been bowling as well. What do Australia do spinner-wise for Melbourne? Who's the next to come off the rank for them, do you think?
Todd
Murphy?
Well, Murphy sort of he played the last Ashes series. Then you got Matt Kuhneman, you got Mitch Swepson, Rocky Orley. So there's a few options, but not with the experience that Nathan Lyon has and what he brings. So, there'll be a few interested spinners just looking to see what they can do. So, it's that's a massive blow. We've got Hazlewood out for the series. We've got Lyon out for the series. We've got, I expect, Woody's out for the series, is he?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen. Has he gone home?
Yeah,
he's well and truly. So
he's out,
So it's a bit of a shame. So Australia's got some thinking to do between here and Melbourne, but it's not a long time.
No, it's not. But of course, if they're 3-0 up, in a way, it's job done, isn't it? So it kind of it matters, but it doesn't matter if you sort of will have retained the Ashes, which is what they are seeking to do this afternoon. If you have just come in from a long Saturday night out, this game is still going. 309 for 7 at lunch, England. Jamie Smith, the man out for 60. He was playing really well, creaming the ball, and then he just got a bit ambitious against start, trying to whack him into the leg side and lifted a catch out to Cummins at mid-on. And he thought that was it as far as England's chances were concerned, but Carse has come in. He had a sketchy start, played and missed a bit. He's 13 not out. Jacks has batted throughout that morning session. He's still there. He's 38 not out. Jofra Archer to come and Josh Tongue to come. So England's chances still hanging by a thread, but they're in a better position than they were when play started this morning.
Exactly, and it always takes a while to score runs. You know, to score the 129, unless they came out and just started smoking them. You would think it would take, go at least this session plus.
Yeah.
Whereas, as a bowling unit, all it takes is 3 balls. So bowling, things can happen quickly. Batting, it's an extended period.
Yeah, and that's the challenge for England this afternoon. The umpires are on their way for this deciding session in this Ashes Test match. 2 England batsmen are on their way, Carse and Will Jacks. And if they do get to within 50 runs, say, or 55 runs, the most nervous people on this ground will be the 2 players to come, Jofra Archer and...
I don't know, does Jofra get nervous? Well, it doesn't look like he gets nervous.
I reckon he would in this sort of situation, wouldn't you?
Isn't he one of the best batsmen in the team at the moment?
Well, why? Look, you don't often change an order in a Test match, although Australia did, but you wonder whether he could have gone one up. I mean, Carse is a decent player. I mean, his record in first-class cricket is good. When I've seen him play in Test cricket, I always feel he doesn't give himself enough of a chance. He doesn't trust himself enough. He's often playing shots too early, and it can come off a bit.
Maybe baseball
belts. Well, yeah.
Now that's been shelved. He can go back and play normal.
Exactly. Yeah, he belts a few and then gets caught on the boundary or something like that. Hits one up in the air. When you think, well, actually, you're a better player than that. What was his first-class record results? I mean, he has got first-class 100.
He's got 2 first-class hundreds. For Durham, he averages 31 in 45 matches, 200s, 5 other 50s, and a strike rate of 55, so not wildly attacking. In Tests so far, 150. Also had a couple of had a 47 and a 38, as well as a 56, all against India last summer. So he had a good summer with the bat for a lower order player, and has good numbers in county cricket.
Right, play's about to get underway after lunch with Cummins bowling. The first over from the cathedral end of the ground, the far end from us. He's going to be bowling to Bryden Carse. Australia 3 wickets away from retaining the Ashes. He bowls to Carse, who comes forward and drives. Hits it back to the bowler. Cummins fields in his follow-through. And there is no run. Australia starting with 2 slips. And then we've got a man back on the deep backward point boundary and one on the fine leg boundary. There's a ring field on the offside and a couple saving one on the onside. So, conservative field from Pat Cummins.
It's a bit like, reminds me of Lord's first ball of the match at the moment. Listen how quiet it is out there. Everyone's on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, the crowd go really quiet as Cummins goes into bowl to Carse, and Carse gets England's first run after lunch, opening the face and running it down towards deep third. Khawaja down there hurls it into Carey, so England underway after lunch. 310 for 7, so it's 2:45 in the morning. I suppose if England are still batting in an hour and a half, I think people need to do a bit of a ring round and wake people up. If we focused a little bit on the ifs of sport, the ifs of history in that morning session, but this is the reality of it. Here's Jacks facing Cummins. Cummins bowls, Jacks defends. Shaping there is if that ball kept a bit low. Plays it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, Smith out for 60 today, and Nathan Lyon out of the Test match, diving to save a ball on the boundary and just tearing, tweaking, pulling, not quite sure the severity, a hamstring, and then hobbling around the boundary.
Yeah, so I watched him at that ball. He sort of wasn't sure which way to go. He was going a little bit to the left and then ran back to the right and dived.
Cummins to Jacks. Jacks flicks this away towards deep back with square leg. There's a chase round for Stark to his left. Jacks coming back for the second, throws on its way right over the bails from Mitchell Stark. But he had time to come back for the second there, Jacks. And 2 more runs to the total. 312 for 7. I know Andy Zaltzman's getting very excited because England need 123 runs to win, and if they get it under 120...
Oh yes, it'll be England's 3rd best test result in Australia in the last 4 tours.
Here's Cummins bowling to Jacks. Jacks is forward, gets a single into the onside. It was a good ball from Cummins, seemed to just shake back in a fraction, but he was equal to it. Played it away into a gap on the onside towards mid wicket. England need 122 more to win. They're 313 for 7, so they've had 2 draws, and then the defeat here in 2017-18 was by 120 runs, and that's the closest they've got to Australia.
Well, there you go. I like Andy, always looking for a positive.
So
there's still plenty of hope.
Cummins at the far end. And now to bowl to Cass. Cass gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it, flies through to Carey. That's the end of the first over after lunch. I reckon there might have been 4 runs off that over. Indeed there were. So 313 for 7 on a blustery afternoon. The wind has really picked up. A huge contrast between the weather at the start of the game and the weather today.
Travis Head bowling.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon would have come on. He loves the new ball. Extra bounce. What can Travis Head do? He's done well with the bat. Bit of a local golden boy.
What do you think about this move?
It's interesting to see how Jacks and Cass take it, whether they look to be aggressive. So that new ball, it's it's harder. The seam's a bit stronger as well, so whether it's going to bounce and spin. The one before lunch, or before this new ball, was got pretty soft.
Well, Travis Head's got a respectable test record, 16 wickets at 32. Occasional bowler, but certainly a steady bowler. Moves in now and bowls. His first delivery is defended by Jacks into the offside. Jacks is on 41. The sun's with us again. Plenty of high cloud, but also plenty of blue sky as well. On this windy afternoon, the flag's at half-mast. Here's Head bowling. That's stroked away by Jacks for a single into the offside. Wide open space. Dabbing it away into the offside for one more. 314 for 7. The flag's at half-mast today. A week away, or a week since the attacks in Bondi last week to commemorate that. 121 England need to win. Australia need 3 wickets. Here's Travis Head bowling to Cass. Cass is suspiciously forward, dabbing into the offside. I think he was looking for something similar there to Jacks, the previous ball, a dab and a single into the offside, but Carey was quick behind the stumps.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turn there. Just wonder if there's how much bounce, or whether you've got to land right in that foot mark.
Head bowls very full, eased away by Cass for a single. Cummins is deep at mid-off. Trots away to his left to pick up, and one more run. You can hear the applause for every England run. They now need 121 more to win. 314 for 7. So for Head, the field is set back. Head bowls, Jack goes back and guides it up towards long on for another single.
Yeah, it might have just been an experiment just to see if there's any turn, any bounce, anything happening.
315 for 7. Do they want to turn the bowlers round possibly as well? I'm just trying to think. Here's that Head going in outside the off stump. That's left by Cass. It's a tempter, it's a teaser outside the off stump. Cass allowed it to go by. It was taken by Carey. So a quiet start to the afternoon session. 316 for 7. England picking up their singles. Just trying to chip away. And now England need 119 to win the match. So we are now in that third best England performance since they won in Sydney in 2011 in the Test match in Australia. Admittedly, slim pickings.
Will Jacks has his highest Test score. It's his 8th innings. He made 41 in the second innings in Brisbane. So this is now his highest and much his longest innings, 126 balls so far.
And he's going to take strike from Cummins. We saw Mitchell start from that end with the new ball. You'd think straight after lunch, start from one end and Cummins perhaps from this, but Cummins is moving in now and bowling to Jacks. Jacks is forward, guiding it away into the offside. What about the breeze? The breeze is strong into Cummins' right shoulder as
sort
he's
of taking
away
from the right-hander. But if you had Mitchell start from this end, you reckon if there's any shape, it'd be swinging into the stumps, which is what he would like. So you haven't seen. I'm trying to think. Did Mitchell Starc bowl from this end in the first innings, or just? I think most of the overs from the other end.
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. Yeah.
Cummins back to the top of his mark. Slips go down. Cummins bowls. It's full. It's struck on the pad. Might have been inside edge on that. I think I heard two noises. Otherwise, there would have been a big shout for LBW because he planted his front foot there.
It wouldn't have been a big shout. It would have been a massive shout.
And he got a single inside edge, saving Jacks. Oh yeah. Well, you're allowed to use your bat, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of it.
Hey, you've got it. You might as well.
Yeah. It was crashing into that planted front pad. One more. 317%. Cummins asking the question there. On target. If you miss, he hits. Cummins goes in and bowls to Cass, who gets the bat down in time on that one. That seemed to keep a little bit low. Well, fifth day pitch. It wasn't a terrible, but just seemed to stay down a bit.
It is a. This pitch tends to go up and down a little bit on day 4 or day 5. I think it's played really well for this whole test match. There's a good covering of grass. So the umpire's hat just blows off. It's quite windy out there. But you look at the footmarks on the pitch itself, they're not that as obvious as what they normally are. So it looks a pretty good pitch still.
Yeah, I suppose there are a few if-onlys in that, well, in the test match, and in England's batting as well. I think people back home might point to Harry Brook yesterday. Here's Cummins bowling, forward goes Cass, solid in defence. Well, you can hear the reaction from England supporters for that, for a solid defensive shot. It's 317 for 7. Joe Overty messages us. I just want to thank you all for the facts, fun, honesty and insight you're bringing me as I weather the storm of this series. The wind and rain are constantly lashing my harbourside house in the Isle of Man. I'm huddled under the duvet and it has been hard to find positives. Well, stay with us, Joe. Let's see how this afternoon transpires. It's 317 for 7. Cast on 15, waits for Cummins. It's very full. It's dug out to shout for LBW's out. And Cast immediately reviews it. It was very full. Was this bat first then pad, or was it pad? He was given out straight away and he reviewed it straight away.
The original decision is out. I've checked the front feet. It's fairly risk go to front on.
Is this 8 down? It was a fine ball from Cummins, very full. And we wait. We wait for the technology to
Just roll
decide.
it back. Looks like it's a clear gap. Just roll it on the time. Yeah, clearly no bet. You can go to ball tricking by like this.
Might be a bit leg-side-ish.
Yeah, looking at it there, it's interesting.
No problem.
I don't think he's hit it, but it looks as though it might be going down.
Just waiting on ball trigger.
The Cast reviewed it straight away. Normally when that happens, you think you've hit it, but...
Yeah, well, they've probably got 3 reviews. They've got... What have they got left? 3 reviews.
Yeah, so you might as well use
them.
But he went straight away as he ran. And the other thing as well, if this is not out, England will lose a run.
Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impacts, umpire's call, wickets.
Oh, it's out, it's umpire's call.
Nothing back on screen. I recommend you change your decision.
Oh no, it's missing.
On screen.
It's missing. So I thought he said umpire's call.
He did.
Yeah.
He said the impact was umpire's call. So it hit the pad
right, okay.
but the ball was missing.
I heard umpire's call. I mean, it looked as if it was missing, didn't it? Yeah, and it was.
It was missing by quite a bit.
Sorry, everyone back at home. Sorry, everyone back at home.
Well, you wanted them to wake up, didn't you? Oh, geez, we went early then, didn't we, Simon?
You heard umpire's call as well,
I
didn't
heard
you?
as well.
Yeah. 317 for 7. Here's Cummins bowling. And Cast is forward and plays away into the offside, and there's no run. And that's the Barmy Army. There's sarcastic cheers there, because there was the LBW shout, and Cast bit ball before Cast that time playing it with the bat. Now look, England lost a run here because of the way the DRS works.
But then Jacks could have nicked that one and be out.
So I think I'd take the run.
Yeah.
What have the run.
What were we talking about? What was it in Brisbane? Counterfactual. As soon as something happens, then you don't know what would have happened afterwards.
That's true, isn't it? Well, that was the one, wasn't it? With the Carey drop. If he hadn't been dropped, then Smith might not have been out in that over.
Yeah, exactly.
118 to win, 317 for 7.
Oh, they're persisting with Travis Head here.
Travis Head bowls, and it's played away quietly by Jacks off the back foot into the onside. And Head goes across to pick up. And there is no run. Still 4 fielders on the boundary, 2 on either side. Cummins is quite deep at mid-off as well. Jacks is on strike. It's full. It's clipped away by Jacks for a single towards long on. Kind of a bread and butter one-day shot, really, just ticking the board over, as you often see in a white ball one-day international, the 50-over international. 117 to win. Australia need 3 wickets. 318 for 7. Cast on strike. Head bowls to him. Cast is solidly forward. Dead batting that into the offside. Carey comes behind the stumps.
But just looking at that last LBW, it was missing leg by a lot.
Yeah, it was a strange one, wasn't it?
Umpires haven't had the best test match.
Head bowls, it's fired in, it's very full, just coming down the pitch a bit there to meet him. Cast, he gets the bat down, clumps it up towards long on, along the ground. And how long this Head experiment inverted commas will last. 319 for 7. No Lyon. He's off injured. Head bowls and stands up there. Jackson punches it up towards Cummins. I said he was quite deep at mid-off, so he can't prevent the single. It's 1 more. And the score advances to 320 for 7. England need a further 115 runs. Australia need 3. Head bowls, pushed through, guided away up towards long on again by Cass. So another run to the score, and it looks at the moment as if the Head experiment not really working. He's not creating any pressure. 321 for 7, and England seem happy enough to work him around. So 114 more required. Still 3 wickets left for England. Glenn, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, no, I think the Head experiment, as you said, Simon, hasn't really paid dividends there. So I just wanted to see if there was any spin, any bounce. Looks pretty benign there. So Mitchell Starc or Scott Boland should come back on. Dan.
Hello, and good luck to everybody listening at home. I hope you've recovered from the umpire's call that wasn't.
Yeah, no, Simon and I went very early. Umpire's call was not for hitting.
Cummins starts a new over from the Cathedral end. Up at his toes goes Cast. A ball that pops on him slightly, but he plays it well into the ground. It rolls into the offside, fielded by Inglis. There's no run. So whatever happens now, if England do lose, it will be their least worst loss in this run of what would be 16 out of 18 matches lost. There have been 2 draws, so those 2 are positive, but a bit of rain came to the assistance there, didn't they? Pleasant, Anderson and Broad batting out. Here's Cummins once more. Carls gets a bouncer, which he has to get out of the way at the very last minute, jerks his head back, flies through to Carey. Is he standing up? Is he going to stand up here to Cummins? No.
No.
He's getting a helmet for Weatherald. I thought for a minute we were going to see. He stood up to Boland, you see, and the paces aren't massively different. I thought we were going to see a masterclass, but
yeah, and I can't see them really advancing to Pat Cummins.
No,
too much, but just
that was rapid. Though 138.7 as a bouncer is quite quick. 86 miles an hour, so here's Cummins again. Over the wicket to Carr, short leg in, and he's has he got an edge on that?
Leg by.
It's flown off a bit of leg or bat, and Carey got a hand to it, diving away to his right. It's running down very fine. And wait, yes, it is leg bys, but it's 3 of them. 3 of them. 324 for 7.
Oh. Yeah,
and now the target is 111.
Can you say everything's going for England this morning?
Everything's been going for them. Everything. Yeah, now it's got the back pad. Yeah, the back pad. There was no inside edge on it, and Carey had to go the other way. The ball was veering down the leg side, and he had to fly back the other way. Got a glove on it, which meant that they only
saved a run.
Saved a run, yeah. Got the 3, got the 4. Jacks on strike, with Cummins looking very threatening as he runs in. Jacks always turned round to touch a leading edge. Goes out to short extra cover. Along the ground in the end. Was in the air for a little while. Right. If you are checking your radio, which you won't very well maybe at 3 o'clock in the morning, yes, the game is still going. Australia have picked up just the 1 wicket today, and England have scored 117 runs.
They nearly had another one.
They have 3 wickets in hand, and they just need another 111. So hope springs eternal. But they don't have Jamie Smith anymore. He was out before lunch, caught by Cummins off start. Cummins has ball in hand now, and it's a lovely drive from Jacks. Won't get any runs as it goes up to mid-off. Little fumble. Is that head up there? It's going to come in for a bit of stick.
Yeah.
The other bit of news, if you are checking and you didn't hear earlier, Nathan Lyon is not going to play any further part in the match. He appears to have hurt his hamstring. The match, and you would imagine with an injury like that, probably the series.
No, I saw him get carted off for scans, I would have thought, which is never good.
Here's Cummins to complete the over with 2 slips in place. Labuschagne far advanced. Jacks defends around that front pad. A full ball up to mid-on. No run. Another over ticks by. Another over of Cummins. Safely negotiated. He's bowled 17 in this innings. 3 for 48. His pace doesn't look to be dropping despite his lack of match fitness, or at least match preparedness. He's fit enough.
They're going Travis Head again.
Yeah, and so Travis Head's bowling because there is no Nathan Lyon.
I don't know why he's bowling. I would have had Stark or Boland at least on after lunch. When those first 2 overs
saw Stark just holding his side, but he's out there.
He's out there running around, throwing fine. If you've tweaked your side, you can't throw the way he's throwing. But yeah, Travis Head, maybe they know something we don't, because up here it's looking a little placid.
Head into Cars, who goes on the swipe, but he's got plenty of it. And it's gone. Let's see, how far has it gone? It's gone all the way for 6 over deep backward square. Umpire raises his arms. Cars to 23. And the target now 105 runs away.
That looked like a top edge, but he carried a lot. Well, there is a lot of wind up there, but that got hold of it.
The deep squares now move further round, pretty much where that ball went. Cars drives this next ball, but picks out the one fielder in the covers. And straight turn. Cameron Green. Who's the sub fielder, is it? Webster?
Yep.
Heads in. This is nudged into the onside. By Cars, picked up a short leg. So there's a very tall fielding unit out there now, isn't there?
Yeah, they're quite tall. Well,
the taller ones.
Webster is.
Head bowls a full ball, which is pushed up to mid-off. Who's quite deep, Pat Cummins. Will take the single. 331 for 7. Cars to 24. The target 435. George in Bolton has been in touch with something of a pun. Travis Head bowls again, and Jacks drives this into loads of space. He's been given the single. There's nobody really saving one. Well, there's nobody saving one on the offside, so he's just taken the single out to deep extra cover. 332 for 7. George in Bolton says to sleep or not to sleep. Jacks is the question.
Well, there you go.
Head in again. Cars drives, pushes really up to mid-off. Another easy single, 9 off the over, a 6 and 3 singles.
Yeah, too easy that. There's no pressure. You know, Cummins is bowling well from one end, but there's no pressure from this end. Travis Head 3 overs. You know, I thought 2 would have been plenty after watching how they played.
I think that might be it. But also, if you're going to bowl him, why have the field the way it was? Because, I mean, it's too easy, isn't it? Just a nudge to ball to the offside.
Well,
and
Scott Boland coming on now.
But he's coming on for Cummins. Interesting. So maybe Stark will come on at the river end. Andy?
Travis Head has not bowled a huge amount in Australia. He'd never bowled more than 8 overs in an innings before. He's now bowled 15 here, and he'd averaged just under 2 overs per home test. So, yeah, an unusually high workload for him. The partnership now 48. So England have added 139 for the loss of 1 wicket since Crawley was out yesterday.
Well, there's been good partnerships, hasn't there, apart from the first one when Duckett went.
Well, big 9-wicket partnership in the first innings. Here's Boland from the Cathedral, and he beats the bat. As Carey standing up. It's this tactic. And Carey's glove work is absolutely beautiful. I mean, that wasn't an easy take. It gets a bit of shape as Boland, doesn't he? I mean, there's just a little bit of nip off the surface. And Carr's followed it. And Carey just snaffled it. It's just wonderful to watch.
Yeah, so after that second wicket, score was on 31. It's been some solid partnerships. Australia's really had to work hard to get wickets here. England have been applying themselves, and
yeah. Boland to Cars. Cars gets one that pops. He plays it well. Guides it to backward point, or point really, where Inglis fields. And again, there's no run.
It's just the noise or the lack of.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of tension, isn't there?
Yeah, you can feel it.
I mean, there really shouldn't be.
Well, the crowd, you can feel it. Well,
yeah, but maybe
England are going okay here.
They are.
The pitch is playing well.
And Australia are missing their front-line spinner. He was often a very big threat at Adelaide on the last day. Boland bustles in. And Cars defends into the offside really solidly, right out of the middle of the bat. And every time he does that, Barmy Army applaud him. There's a decent crowd in. I'd like to see the figures, but we've already broken the Adelaide record from the crowd that had come in the first 4 days, over 200,000. I reckon, what do you reckon, another 15, 20,000 there?
There's a few, considering it's a lot of people may have thought it could be over fairly quickly, but England are making a fight of it. You look at the stand out to our right, Eastern, there's no one in the top tier.
No.
They've closed that off.
Here's Boland. Cars is beaten on the outside edge. Carey whips the bails off. If you think that was bold, no, it was Carey just taking the ball really well, wide of the off stump.
Yeah, Cars
whipping
is
off the bails.
interesting.
More than 18,000 we've been told. Then.
More than 18. Cars is going well. He either hits it in the middle or he plays and misses.
Yeah, that's ideal, isn't it, really? It's one or the other. I tell you, if they can get another 3 runs, there's going to be a roar, because that'll take the target down below 100. Here's Boland running in towards us. Cars defends on the front foot, picked up by Inglis, moving to his right from point. No run again. It's nice, says Carey. It's nice. It is. He's bashed out a really good length, hasn't he, in this match? 23 runs he's gone for, 1 ball shy of 15 overs.
Yeah, that's what he does, Scott Boland. He bowls good areas, and if there's anything in the pitch, he'll find it. Gets that little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of movement sometimes. This ball's only, what is it, 7 overs old. Oh, sorry, 17.
17, yeah. Boland into Cars. I guess it's fine. It's running away down towards the boundary. It's going to get to the boundary. And the target is now under 100. 98 needed. Nice little leg glance from Cars off the last ball of the over. He goes with that to 29. England 337 for 7 at the end of the over. And that is, Andy?
Yeah, the 50 partnership in 14 overs and 1 ball.
14 overs and 1 ball. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect scoring rate.
Another 50 partnership. How many's that? That must be
4 in the innings.
Only 4? No, it feels like more. But yeah, Scott Boland just got a little bit greedy then. Just went straighter. He just got a little bit leg side. So here we have Mitchell Starc. Yeah, they couldn't persist with Travis Head down here. Mitchell Starc with his breeze coming across the ground. Would have thought
not been the other end,
it was assist his
in swinger to the right.
In swinger to the right hander. Yeah. The breeze has changed from day one though.
Right, yeah, it's a cooler day today. So Starc comes in. When Starc has the bowl, he demands the tamper. So that noise you can hear is a man fiercely smacking a flat plate. onto the crease. Phil Tufnell's with us. Dan McGrath's taking a break.
Hello.
It's under 100.
I
Looks
know.
better, doesn't it?
I know.
Looks better. England lose by under 100.
I know.
Or do they lose?
Well, I know what it is.
You've got to stay up for this. I mean, it'll either happen in a hurry,
What time
or
is
it'll be
it?
thrilling. And tomorrow is Sunday, isn't it? Because today's Sunday. Winviz is tantalising coming to me.
What is a mile away? What are you talking about?
It is a mile away. It's 98 runs away.
Yeah, it's a
Just
mile
think if
away.
they had one more wicket in hand, though.
Yeah,
Imagine if Smith and
It's
Jack
just
were still
nice
there.
to see. It's just nice to see, isn't it? Come on.
It is. It's that we've been waiting to see England really compete. Winviz has quite correctly got Australia at 90%. So yeah, we don't need to go to those realms yet.
No.
So England 10%. They've discarded the draw, which I think be careful of, because New Zealand played out a draw, didn't they, with the West Indies, when Roston, Chase, and remind me.
I don't.
It was Justin Graves and Kemar Roach.
Justin Graves and Kemar Roach, yeah.
I don't think, but it's in a funny sort of way. This has even made me more frustrating. I didn't think I could be more frustrated.
I didn't think you could, actually.
No, but I am more frustrated by this now. It's gone up another level.
Stark's going to be round the wicket. He's in to Will Jacks, who defends into the offside solidly. Full face of the bat, picked up in the covers. There's no run. And your frustration is because?
Well, my frustration is because, okay, a few little things, a few chances and what have you, but just the way to play.
Yeah. But, take Kawaja's edge.
I know.
Get Harry, Snicko, and suddenly they probably need 20.
I know. And just the way we played. I've been really impressed with Jacks.
Yes, he's done very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, Carson. And it just showed that with a little bit of real sort of application and skill, you can overcome things.
Here's Stark again. Jacks drives edges and is taken.
That's it. That's the wicket. That's the breakthrough. Stark has done it again. He's been so influential in this series. And it's Labuschagne diving across to his left. He's taken a ripper already in this innings, and that is probably the Ashes. It was a little wide of off stump. Jacks went after it, got a big meaty edge, and he's really disappointed with himself, Jacks. He's livid because he's dug in and dug in and dug in. It was a bit on the up, it was a bit wide. And Labuschagne, has he gone one-handed again, left-handed again, and that was going at great pace. It might not have carried to Carey. He's standing, very strangely for a first hit, he's standing in advance of the keeper because it hasn't carried too well. But now England have lost their 8. Jacks has gone for 47.
What a catch.
And there is another brilliant piece of cricket from Australia. We've been just talking about drop catches, and it's these catches that look like they're going to win this match.
They just don't drop them. Well, they haven't dropped them this series. I mean, that's another stunner. I think Alex Carey probably had it covered as well, but if you make your decision to go across the keeper, you better make sure you catch it. And
it was going quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was going quick, sort of. And then again, just a little bit uppish on the full, on the drive. Yeah, I think Carey would have had it. But I think that's been the difference. The sides a little bit. I mean, obviously some of the way we played hasn't been great, but in this game, just those couple of little slips, just minor little slips, all add up, don't they? And they've been electric in the field, Australia. They really, really have, and especially in that chord.
They have. So Stark, he's made the breakthrough, mystifying. He wasn't on straight away after lunch, really. But Jofra Archer has come out. Half century in the first innings. England need that and more. As Stark is into him. And he, fends one that got a bit big on him and goes through to Carey. First ball, different threat altogether now with Stark on. England just had it a bit easy with Travis Head at one end, didn't they? They could just breathe for a while, but now he's out the attack. And Stark, how many wickets is that the series now for him?
21.
You what, 21?
Been a bit quiet this game, hasn't he? But when needed.
Well, he got some runs, didn't he? And he's taken 21 wickets in the series. He's been Australia's man of the series, hasn't he, so far? Him and Travis Head.
Not far behind Travis.
No. The wickets, though, that's what counts.
Yeah, it is.
That's how you win matches. 2 slips in, Jofra on strike, Stark into him. He lets it go through to the keeper, goes quite low. And there's no run. It's only Stark's 15th over in this innings.
Will Jacks's final numbers: 47 from 137 balls of skillful resistance, 3 fours, his highest score on test. The partnership was 52. England's fourth 50 stand of the innings, but yet to have a 100 stand. And Mitchell Starc 3 wickets in this game. Smith for 60 and Jacks for 47 in this innings. Stokes for 83 in the first, so he's shifted 3 well-set players.
Yep. He's in again, around the wicket. Jofra Archer waits, pats his bat on the ground. Starc going to him, and he cuts. Gets his first run down to deep backward point. There are a couple of boundary riders for Archer. 338 for 8. The target 97 or 2 wickets.
Jofra Archer's 100th run of the series. Only the second England player to have 100 runs, batting 10 or 11 in an Ashes series. After Walter Reed, who got 117 and 1 innings at the Oval in 1884, being dropped down the batting order.
It's a bit of a cheat, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Heard a lot about Walter Reed.
Yeah. Keep on hearing about Walter Reed.
Could do with him coming in at 11. Surprise!
Big surprise.
Last ball of the over. Carr's now on strike. He's edged it, but it's gone along the ground. It's just bounced, I should say, in front of Labuschagne. Starc is making things happen as he has done all series. Labuschagne did well to get a hand to it and stop runs. End of the over. 338 for 8. Carr's 29. Archer 1, but the wicket of Will Jackson that over.
Was I on with you? Did you say that you think Labuschagne's probably one of the best fielders in the world at the moment, if not the best?
I don't think I did say that.
No.
Simon said it.
Yeah, Simon.
I would agree he's up there. I think Glenn Phillips for me is an extraordinary fielder.
Yeah, but I mean he's starting to get there now, isn't he?
But Steve, I mean, look, think of the slip catches we've seen. Steve Smith getting that to get rid of poor old Will Jackson. It just things keep happening to him.
I know.
Gets brilliantly caught.
I mean, I'm gonna stick my neck out saying we ain't catching that. You know what I mean? It feels like that.
Well, I suppose Jamie Smith might have done. I'm not sure first it would have gone for it, but Labuschagne's so confident. Plucked it one-handed. Boland starts a new over into Archer, who gets another one that bounces on him, but he plays it superbly, really well down into the ground to Josh Inglis at short extra cover, and there's no run. 2 more wickets now for Australia to regain the Ashes, but they've been kept out there. This is only the second time in the Bazball era that England have batted for more than 85 overs in both innings.
Yeah.
Have they ever had an over 85 and an over 100? Ready to look for the one match. Here's Boland. To Archer, who's beaten on the outside edge. Carey standing up, takes well.
I think a few more people have come down, you know.
Well, you might as well. If you're Australian, you might want to see the Ashes being regained, wouldn't you?
I think it's filled up a little bit.
I don't know what the entrance is. I don't know what it costs or anything like that. Because they have done these things where it's, what do they call it, the gold coin or something. It's a nominal fee to get in.
Right, yeah. Good idea on the last day.
It is. I'm not sure if they've done that for this one, but we've already broken the record. Biggest crowd in Adelaide, which is great.
That's partly to do with us.
Yeah. Boland in, nicely defended by Archer. Going to get another run now. He's guided it to backward point, 96 to win, or 2 wickets, 339 for 8.
Yeah, we'll take that. That's a feather in our cap, that is.
Yeah, people have come to see England.
Yes, there you go. And
yes, we've kept them here
making you all richer.
For 5 days. Yes, Cricket Australia should get down on their knees and thank us.
Absolutely.
Notwithstanding the 2-day test up here.
Forgot about that one.
But we're making up for it. England are making up for it. 5 there, 2 there. It's basically 3.5. That's fine. These days it's pretty normal. Boland into Carrs, who defends well round his front pad ball. It keeps just a trifle low. So entry today was $30, so basically £15. £15 is pretty cheap. Could have been cheaper, but it was look, if they've got $30 and they've got 18,000 people, that's $540,000.
Are the children off school?
Yes. I think they broke up. It's because I turned up at my guest's house the day after his wife had broken up. I don't think she was too happy, really. I'm on holiday. People in the house talking about cricket all day. poor Isha. Boland in, edged and dropped. Was that dropped? It might be dropped. A rare case. It's not Labuschagne. I think it's Cameron Green there. The ball's going to run down to the boundary for 4. It was a tough chance. Wide to the left.
So quick, didn't it?
Of Green. He's got these telescopic arms. He's put the hand out. I think, did he get a bit of finger on that?
Yeah,
I think he did.
Yep.
But Cars survives, goes to 33. 92 to win.
Yeah, you don't. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, he'll be disappointed with that. He's such a good fielder. I mean, it flew off the edge, though, didn't it? It sort of bounced and reared up at
Standing
Cars.
so close,
And
aren't they? I mean, they're
giving
not much further away than they would be for a spinner.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying, weren't we, about where we were standing
exactly
all
what
those
you were
days
saying.
ago.
Last ball of the over. Cars, can he survive another one? 3:43 for 8. Here he is. He defends, gets turned round. He's going to get a run for it as it goes square of the wicket on the offside. So, 91 needed to win. Archer 2, Cars 34. England, they're virtually on the brink. Who knows, though?
Teetering.
They've been fighting and battling, and it's great to see. More from you, Tuffers, and then to take you through who knows how long. It's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, they're teetering, but they're still there, and so long as they're still there, there is hope. Bryden Castle's really got stuck in, played very nicely. I feel a little bit sad for Will Jacks. He played really good hand in that partnership. Just went for that one on the up a bit, perhaps, but good ball. You can't.
Brilliant catch again.
Yeah, brilliant catch.
And the catching really has been okay. I know one went down there low, but the catching has been brilliant. 91 England need. They've got 2 wickets left. With Archer and Cast now on strike as Stark bowls outside the off stump. And Cast tries to drive into the offside and misses that. He's on 34 and after a rather unpromising start. He's played some good strokes.
Yep.
Can Archer? He does. Can he see it through? The world record chase?
Don't.
Oh, it's already a good effort to get 344 on what is a pretty worn pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Dry, taking pieces out of it.
Yeah, no lion.
Yeah, for the seamer. Little explosions every time it lands.
Yeah. Stark grips the ball. There's a little plastic bag blowing round beside him there on the outfield. 2 slips waiting. As Stark again goes round the wicket, bowls to Cast, who takes his bottom hand off the handle there. That rattled into the top part of his bat. He picks up 1 down to third man.
Just looks like he's hit a bit of rhythm, Big Mitch, doesn't he? Round the wicket, he's changed ends. He was always sort of grumbling, wasn't he, about those footmarks.
Yep.
The old Tampa boy had been out there many times, but he just looks like he's hit a bit of rhythm.
You can always tell when the game's exciting, because the crowd is quiet. Normally it's a bit buzz and people having a chat with the person next door.
Let's have a listen. Hold on.
It's lovely, isn't it? And then when the bowler runs in, it's absolute silence. It's clapping now as it builds up. Stark's on his way, and he bowls to Archer, who waits and just guides the ball carefully away down to the deep square third man again. They pick up another run. Quite blustery afternoon, the wind blowing, pulling up the flags up on top of the Bradman stand.
Has Mark made it?
He's made it.
Oh, good lad.
She's tucked up back in the hangar. Well, you feel rather sad.
Been lashed down, has she?
She's inside, and yeah, she did a great job.
Good.
Yeah.
Do you name planes?
Well, she's Juliet Bravo because that's her call sign. So she's just Juliet Bravo.
Oh, okay, Juliet's all tucked up.
Yeah, that was her name.
Lovely.
Stark again. Elbows jutting out. On his way, bowls to Bryden Cast, who plays that nicely, getting forward. The ball actually ricochets into Archer. They're out of Stark's hand. It's a cooler day today, although the sun is shining, but there's some cloud around. Actually quite a nice day for sitting out of the breeze, which is tugging at those flags, but it's quite bright and sunny and not as hot, particularly as that second day. I remember 40 degrees. It was really, really hot. 89 to win. Stark. Couple of paces. Now runs in smooth, that gliding run. He's there and he bowls short. No, there's a run here, at least one. It is only one actually, because Carey will get there. But Archer responds there to the calls. Another 1 to England. 88 needed. I mean, whatever does happen, it's been a a much improved performance.
Yes, it has. Yeah.
Two big innings of Australia making the difference, really. Carey.
Yeah.
There was that business there with the Snicko, wasn't there?
Oh,
on the catch.
That's worth 50.
Yeah. And then big innings of Travis Heads.
Oh, what was it? 170. 170. Yeah. It's a lot.
It is. Stark is going to bowl to Archer. In he goes and bowls a bouncer. Archer plays it nicely. He ducks right underneath it.
Well, but there was that strange passage of play, wasn't there, when we just sort of had really weird fields and just fed him on that sort of slashing cut. That must have been worth 40 runs. Weird.
About what England, they were 168 for 8 in their first innings, miles behind, and then of course that stand with Stokes and Archer took it to within 85. It's always 85's got a lot of runs, isn't it? For a first innings lead.
Yeah, if we could have just got parity, we'd be celebrating.
Yeah. Anyway, some nice tension here, hopefully keeping you awake at home on a Saturday night, Sunday morning.
If you're just coming in.
What, 3:27? There might be some.
Absolutely. Yeah. Night workers, I think.
Keeper standing up, Boland's on the way, and he bowls and a bit of an ugly shot there from Cast, trying to drive into the offside. Thick edge, or runs away towards backward square leg, and carries there quickly. But debris blowing around actually here and there. It must be, I suppose, because the wind is strong. And it's not come from the Barmies, because they've been
been excellent.
They have been praised publicly for taking their litter home with them every day. Yeah. So it's not come from them, but there's a few plastic bags around. Boland again. He's on his way now, and he's there, and he bowls to Cast, who feels for this, pushing into the offside. Archer, a little slow setting off. He's one of those who rather hangs back in the crease when the run is called. He raises a glove there to say, yep, sorry, that's okay. They take another one, 87 to win now. It's Australia's unlucky number, isn't it, 87?
Yes. When
13 from 100.
That's right. What's ours? 1-1-1, isn't it?
Yeah, Nelson.
Yeah.
People sitting on the edge of their seats below. Lots of excitable children are here, they're shouting out. Boland's already on his way. Moves in now, bowls. Oh, no, I think he might have nicked that. Certainly, the ball bounced out of Carey's gloves. I thought I heard a little sound there. The ball ran down safely to slip. I'd like to see a replay of that. There weren't any there.
There's a little raised hand to the sort of
forehead. I thought I heard something there.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I thought I heard a little nick, you know. I did.
Yeah.
I did hear a little nick.
Oh, he's human.
And it's hit him on the arm. Chance.
Yeah. Alex Carey drops a catch.
He was standing back. That was a regulation catch.
Absolutely.
3:48 for 8. Boland comes in, bowls, and Archer right on the front foot. Is beaten. The ball just again moved away from him a little, just enough.
Well, he'll put that one down because he nicked one, didn't he, for the back pad of Jack's, wasn't it? First innings where he just wobbled around and he dived and got it. So
yes,
that's even Stevens.
So it is probably. And if Archer wins the game, we'll have it back for Snicko. It's going back now. Oh, too late, Alex. Boland comes again, that hand clap building up as he reaches the crease. Archer takes a pace out of the pitch. The appeal flag before wicket there, to be given not out. Ball runs down to a big open space down here. The Barmy Army respond with that appeal, of course, with an appeal of their own, bellowed from the hill. But, he was some way down the ground there. It's you don't often get a DRS, do you, when the batsman's so far out of his crease.
Yeah, just had a little sort of wander. Tried to get offside. Trying to get leg side. No, offside of it, sorry. Offside of it, just glance it.
Read him outside the line of off stop,
yeah,
I think.
That's what saved him.
86 to win. Australia 2 wickets. Boland. Shoulders rocking. Bowls. Oh, Carse is beaten. He's bowling beautifully here, I must say. He should have had a wicket in that over. He's beaten the bat 2 or 3 times as well. But Archer and Carse remain, and while they're still there, England have hope. 86 more they need. Australia want 2 wickets to win the Ashes. And still with 2 test matches to go. Off to Melbourne we go for Boxing Day.
I'm confident.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Melbourne and Sydney.
Good.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I think we're going to see something from this side. I think they've finally woken up a bit, you know.
Yeah. I'll say it's been much better in this match. I mean, it's not been perfect by any means, obviously,
no.
But it was a pretty low starting point. Let's be honest.
Well, yes, I think there will be a few changes, John.
A few? You're going for a few?
Well, I think Ollie, bless him, might have to have a little rest for his own good.
Yeah, Atkinson for Carse, maybe. Yes, Carse wins the mate match. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But they're both similar batsmen, aren't they? Of similar standard.
Yeah.
I think I would have played Atkinson here, but there we go. Doesn't matter anymore. Stark's on his way. Archer's on strike, waving his bat around. He lets that one go by outside the off stump. Carey gathers it. Another low-flying passenger aircraft makes its way into Adelaide.
Busy Adelaide.
Very, isn't it? Very busy.
Is it sort of a bit of a sort of central hub for us?
Well,
not really.
It's not a big international hub, is it?
No. You know, you're thinking Sydney, Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't many airlines who fly into Adelaide.
We've seen loads.
Yeah, no, I mean sort of international ones.
No. I
think I've seen 3.
They keep coming.
Here's Stark, left arm round the wicket. Bowls to Archer. Oh, a bit of a casual shot there. No foot movement and a swing of the bat. That was a bit of a get-out shot, to be honest. Stark still scratching away at those footholes.
Yeah, he's not happy, is he?
No. This is a change of ends.
Like a chicken.
Well, it is like an old chook.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not suggested I'd say that, Tom.
No, it's been both of us took together, probably.
Yes.
But he's scratching away like one.
Very friendly fella, though.
No, lovely chap.
Always up for a chat.
Yeah, very community-minded.
Yeah. His wife, presumably,
on the telly.
Commentating down, yes, a couple of boxes away.
Yeah.
There's Stark. Left arm round, bowls, and Archer's on the back foot, clubbing it away to third man, and he's caught. He threw the bat at it. It's an unlucky dismissal to pick out the man at third man who really didn't move. And Archer has to be dragged away from the crease. It wasn't a great ball, it was out there, and he threw the bat, and it's gone flying down to third man.
How's your luck? How's your luck? Short and wide, had a bit of a dart at it. Hit it straight to the bloke and sort of a wide third man.
Yeah, he's absolutely picked him out. And Weatherall takes the catch down there. And Archer troops off, with Australia wanting 1 wicket now to retain the Ashes. They hold them, of course. And out comes Josh Tongue, the number 11, with a bit to do. He's still got Bryden Carse there. But
Brigadier block, that's what we need. From Tungy. Just hang in there and perhaps Carse try and flail a few away. Oh, that was a bit unlucky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Short and wide, that's a legitimate shot.
It was unlucky.
And got hold of it nicely.
I know. That's a bit unfortunate.
It is. A South Australian cheer down there for Weatherall.
Yeah. Weatherall didn't have to move.
No. It absolutely went straight at him.
Yeah. And he's a bit wide as well, really, for a third man.
Oh, it's just for that shot that Archer likes to play.
Okay. Yeah,
but no, it's...
I've done the research on it.
So what's required? 86?
86. 3 balls to go in the over.
The lead Australia had in that first innings.
Absolutely.
3 slips waiting, and that's tucked away by Tongue quite nicely, actually, out into a gap in the leg side, and they just take a single. Which brings Cast back down on strike. Yeah, you're right, Glenn. It's 85. That was the...
Yeah, because you said that the whole time. It's a sizable lead. And, and here it's... Well, the game's not over yet, but that's what's required now.
She's warming up.
Well, what's Cast going to do?
I think they might have to play a few shots here.
He might. They're putting a fly slip there. So presumably that's for a short one. There's a square third man. There's a deep point. Suggests that the ball's going to be around his nose, but we'll see. In goes Stark. There now, and he bowls to Cast, who leans back and launches into a drive. Makes no contact with that. 350 for 9. I mean, it's a good score. It's a very good score on a wearing pitch on the last day.
Absolutely. And made just through a bit of grit and determination.
Yeah.
Not made from...
Well, they showed fight, haven't they, in the last 2 days?
Test cricket, you know. And
good partnerships, but they lost wickets just at the wrong time yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
We have done all summer, Glenn. Just at the wrong time.
Last ball of the over. In goes Stark. Is there any bowls? And Cast drives square. He takes his single. Says what England will want. And that is the end of the over. So Tongue has one. Cast 37. England need 84.
Too many short balls. You just start thinking that too many short balls from Jack, just too easily knocked away.
What about that first stint the other day?
Yeah, you know, that crazy bit of crazy sort of bowling at Travis Head on the cut. You start going over it all, and I don't think we're that far away, really.
No.
You know, when I came down here, we were like, 3-0, 5-0 outplayed, but you can just see that. You know, we haven't been roller coasted, and we haven't played well.
Not in this game. Yeah.
No.
You can always look at wins and losses and little things. You know, the career that I played it, we beat most teams because we held our catches and other teams dropped them. So sometimes it comes down to just that.
Yeah,
so
it can be.
And the
a
Aussies,
lot of the times,
the Aussies have always been good coppers. They've always caught well. Great cordons. We haven't, I'm afraid.
Scott Boland then is continuing. And he's on his way now. Long straight run, and he bowls to Cast, who covers up and defends this. And Boland stops it with his boot. Kicks it on to be picked up by Inglis.
To put this fourth innings effort in context, it's England's 7th highest fourth innings score ever in Australia. Another 3 runs that'll go into the top 6. The highest was 417 in the Centenary Test. Rather curious game. 2 low first innings, 2 high second innings. Australia won by the exact same margin that they won the first Test match at the MCG exactly 100 years previously. 45 runs.
Remarkable, wasn't it?
So it was preordained.
Could have been. Great innings from Derek Randall. I remember listening to that.
175.
Boland on his way now. Bowls. Cast takes his hand away.
Just to show how the game has changed. Derek Randall got 175 lamb chops from his local butcher. And Cameron Green's just been paid.
Is that over a period of time or all in one go?
Has to be the big sitting.
Big freezer.
Yeah, how the game has changed.
For the whole team? Come round for dinner?
Wow. Absolutely. I remember a picture of it in the paper.
Here he comes now. He bowls to Cast. He's there and he bowls. Flicked in the air. Catch it, they shout, but it's fallen safely. It was flicked in the air. Just
right
wide
between.
of mid-wicket.
And you just go back and... Sorry, but you just go back now. I'm really delighted for Jamie Smith. He's got some runs and that'll help his keeping and the next couple of Test matches. But he just hit Mitch Stark for like 2 or 3 fours on the bounce and then went for the 3rd or 4th one, you know. Just little things like that start clogging up in your brain.
But then if he got hold of the 3rd one, hit for 4, you'd go, oh yeah.
Yeah, great. But you kind of done your damage there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just have a little knockful. Wow. Oh. Come on, Tonguey.
Right, in comes Boland and bowls to Tongue outside the off stump. He feels for it, groping away. And doesn't make any contact. 5 Live has joined us. That's nice. Thank you for coming here to Adelaide in the sunshine. Bit of a blustery breeze. But Australia, as you'll have gathered, I'm sure, on the brink here of retaining the Ashes with their 3rd victory in this series. They need just the 1 wicket. England still 83 runs to win. They've battled hard today. It's hard to be critical of this performance, or as critical as the previous 2 anyway. We've got Boland coming in and bowling to tongue. It's edged, caught. And Australia retain the Ashes. And they're in a group there, hugging each other and celebrating. 2-day game, 4-day game. At least this one has gone comfortably into a 5th. But it's still a handsome victory for Australia by 82 runs. 2 test matches to play. Bryden Cast gets a consolation shake of the hands there from the Australians, who have broken up from their huddle there. They've stopped hugging each other and they're shaking hands. The crowd on their feet, applauding a very good Australian performance, I have to say. They've stuck to it really well in this match. They've been very professional. They were out there battling away in the 40-degree heat one day. The captain, Cummins, has been magnificent. Hasn't played for months. Nathan Lyon bowled well, but it's that innings of Travis Head, isn't it, really, that you look at and think, well, that innings of 170 has really made the difference here. England are always up against it in their first innings. 168 for 8. That partnership between Stokes and Archer took them within 85, but that was still a nice cushion there for Australia to build their second innings. And although they lost 6 for 38 yesterday morning, they still had enough runs on the board to put all this pressure on England. Crawley batted nicely, 85, and they have played, whatever they're going to say and what they're going to say now, they have played at a different tempo in this game. They've knuckled down. They seem to have been much more flexible in their approach, and to have scored 352 on the last innings of a wearing pitch has been a good effort. Not enough, sadly, from an England perspective. They've got 2 test matches to build on this, and if they do so, I certainly wouldn't necessarily dismiss their prospects of winning a game or 2. But for now, it's Australia. Congratulations to them. Congratulations, Glenn.
Yes, congratulations
to you. I'm going to go and pad up and go and see Ben Stokes.
Sitting up here, we do nothing up here, but yeah, the way England played the last 2 days, they'll take a lot out of that. If they can carry that into the next 2 tests, who knows?
Yeah,
but
I think it's just been a thoroughly professional work. No, I'm not going to say workmanlike, but you know what I'm trying to say there. You know, and I think they've out-patienced England. They've out-thought England, I think, in many situations, and you've got to take your hat off and sprinkle in there a little bit of genius from a Travis Head and bits and pieces, a little bit of Nisa and this and that, and there you go. That all comes together. And
some of the catching from Labuschagne, outstanding.
The catching has killed us. The catching has killed us. Look at the 5 we dropped at Brisbane. And they weren't toughies, any of them. You know, it's absolutely destroyed us, and we were talking about it the other day. You know, the damage that does was huge. When perhaps if an Aussie had managed to drop one once in a while, you know, there'll be another one round the corner because of the pressure that was put on in those areas. So, well played, Australia. Thoroughly deserved, I'm afraid.